Ooh, okay. Finally. Um, Everything's set up, recording, etc., etc. Um, is Dario you here? Well, are you here? Oh, okay. Your mic was just muted. I see now. Um, I need to find a way to actually just see y'all. Oop. No, that's not gonna work. I just need a second monitor. Okay. So we ended off last time. Y'all had just crossed the boundary, or yeah, crossed over the boundary into the expanse beyond it. Um, between uh the world you know and the lost land of Sonottia. Um, you passed through a nearly invisible portal almost, standing in between two waystones that sort of shimmered in the air. Uh, and I think that was literally the last thing we did. I think Thinry asked if the stars were the same.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay, well then we can just cut right in here to the introduction I had prepared right as soon as I turn some of this volume down. Really like this. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so as you pass the waystones and into the boundary, the air begins to rush around you. The sky sets into motion, with distant clouds forming and dispersing rapidly overhead, coming together in pages, and soon the eclipsed sun is doubly concealed by thick cloud cover. The rolling, almost featureless plains past the boundary are covered in darkness akin to night. The expanse extends out in all directions in darkness, and searching for the horizon has a feeling of vertigo in all directions as well. The only sense of orientation comes from the electric feeling along your skin and up your spine as the magic from the ritual runs through you and toward your destination, wherever that may be. After a while, you notice your sense of time has become muddled. It's still dark, though you haven't seen the sun in hours. No, it feels longer than hours, though the need to eat or sleep hasn't come over you. The feeling of forward motion remains, though now accompanied by a sense that the earth beneath your feet also moves as you walk, like a great disk spinning in the aeons. The darkness now is thick like fog, and the sky still obscured. Occasionally, you find yourself aware that you've fallen into long periods of collective silence. The air itself is heavy, and you begin to feel as though it always has been. Until suddenly you realize the fog is cleared. A cool breeze cuts through, and the arcane static rolls off your skin, dispersing into the atmosphere like dust scattered from a surface. As if waking from a dream, the unmarked expanse of time between your departure and now evaporates into a vaguely recollected instant of images. The clouds, too, overhead have parted, and as a large formation peels away, you see the night sky. It's littered with stars, and the moon hangs heavy in the heavens, its dark shadow illuminated by a striking corona that peels off its edges in rays, reaching downward to the earth below. You feel an impossible stillness as you realize you're in Sonadia. Behind you, should you care to look, the Waystone stands silently in the distant horizon, just on the edge of sight.
Hmm.
Finry, you asked if the stars were the same as you remembered. That's an interesting question. And when you look up and you count the stars, you do notice that the constellations you expect to see aren't where you expect to find them. Not for this time of year. Um, Almost not for any time of year. After a while, go ahead and roll perception for me.
Oh,
Oh
nice.
wow.
Very nice. Um, you look at the stars and there's a sense of disorienting, like of disorientation. Sorry, uh, especially because after a while you do locate some constellations you recognize, though they're at different angles and in different parts of the sky than you were expecting, and that you had ever uh seen. And given that you're a ranger and you travel by stars as guidance, your sense of direction is even thrown off by it. It's like kind of like the feeling of waking in a place where you don't remember falling asleep or something. It requires a sort of reorientation. Um, though you do find some similar constellations, some unfamiliar, and all kind of in shifted portions of the sky.
Nice. I'm gonna make note that on our first rest, I'd like to study the difference in angles that the constellations I know are at and see if there's a pattern to it.
Mm-hmm. Pin?
And also draw the new constellations that
Where's
I've never seen before.
where's Gimmick at? Is he still with us?
Where's huh?
Is Ginrick still with us? What's he?
Yeah, he's
What's he saying?
he's
Okay.
driving through, or he was up front helping drive the cart. He's kind of just like looking around in wonderment. He kind of hasn't said anything. He seems kind of like speechless and overawed.
I ask him if this is the place.
He's like, I think so. You all kind of well, that sensation when you cast the ritual, the you felt like the motion of the weave kind of flowing through you and toward here. So you know you've arrived wherever the spell was taking you. But you also kind of have this sort of deep gut feeling that this is Sonottia. Like this is the place. All around you, you kind of find yourself in the middle of plains, just as they were before. To the distant east, you can kind of see some it's far away, but you can see like the horizon broken up by like mountain formations that run north to south. um and to the north, you can kind of see that eventually that there is sort of like a tree line that looks kind of like some light forestation. To the west, it looks like more plains and rolling hills and things of that nature.
Do our compasses still point north, or are they messed up?
Your compasses appear to point north, yes.
Okay, cool.
I guess Julia would taste the air with their tongue.
Oh, neat.
The first thing they would do. Bearings.
I have to think about how I want to describe that. Do you know how sometimes you can like drink a glass of like tepid water and it's just like it feels like not even necessarily stale, just like but kind of stale. It's not like it's like what's the word I'm looking for? Stagnant, but like there's something like flat about it, you know?
Yeah.
Very
The air
little
the air
mineral
is like
content.
that. Sorry?
Very little mineral content.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's not a lot of mineral content in the air. We're not in Kansas anymore. We're not in what was that area we Salt Star?
Yeah, you're not in Salt Star Port anymore. That's true. The ocean, the taste of the ocean is not on the air anymore.
Yeah.
But even more than that, it
Literally,
feels like a
there's no mineral.
stillness. It tastes still,
Yeah.
to get abstract.
Which way does Genrick suggest we travel?
Um,
Does he know what it is? Like, has he read about this drop point?
No. So he pretty much like he's kind of explained before, but for all intents and purposes, like where y'all are is kind of like uncharted territory. He says, well, I mean, I guess the first thing to do would be to find our bearings and maybe find someone who like knows the lay of the land. I
There are someone's here.
well, I hope so. The stories say that this is a, you know, it's a realm, it's a kingdom. Well, it was several different. Well, he says depending on the histories, depending on the myth, you know, there have been kingdoms here. There have been civilizations, and they all kind of like centered around sort of whatever the magical properties of this place are. But yeah, all of the in Fox, you know this too, just from becoming familiar with kind of the songs and the stories, that, you know, there's always kind of like a, in that kind of fairy tale way where a lot of the background information is sort of just like directly assumed or implied. It's like, yeah, you go here, and there are folk, you know, that you can find, and who will offer you kind of guidance or whatever, depending on the myth. It might be good or bad, or but it's spoken of as though it were inhabited.
Corey,
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask Ginrick to send this familiar up and see if it sees anything from up in the air.
Yeah, he's like, good idea. Oh, let me hear this now. Do you all see?
It's a little. Okay, there you go.
Oh, did it show up as like really, really tiny at first?
It was just like
It was,
a speck.
it was really zoomed out whenever it popped up.
Hell yeah. His elf familiar flies kind of like straight up and kind of like circles around for a little while, and he sees kind of like in all directions, sort of just plains. Though he does say that, you know, pretty far. Let's see. Pretty far to the northwest, there's like a shoreline, as well, that you couldn't see from the ground. Is there anything in particular you're looking for, like signs of life or something?
Yeah, trails, villages,
Mm-hmm.
but
In the immediate vicinity, he does say he sees some travelers, kind of like, or what appears to be some travelers, kind of moving across the plains, like kind of near to the northeast.
What do you guys think?
Say we go for it. Go and try and see what's that.
The travelers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to go for the travelers. Should we stealth? Sneak?
You think it'll probably be like a long journey? Like, you think it'll probably take like a day, and it's pretty late. It's like basically nighttime.
A day to get to people we can see.
That a bird can see, like flying high up in the air. Yeah. So they're like, I don't know, how far can owls see? I know hawks can see like for forever. Anyway, point being, it'll take at least, you know, some amount of travel to catch up with them. But they, I mean, he says that they seem to, like, he sees like evidence of a camp, so they are kind of camped out somewhere. Since it's night.
Nice. I'm down to head to the camp.
Can you move the token, by the way, Kelty? Or is this something I need to redo again?
No, I can move it.
Nice. Okay, cool.
So northeast.
Sure.
And I move it one at a time, and then someone's rolling for encounters, or is it just?
That's true. You can do it, or whoever kind of wants to take that responsibility can do it.
What do we have to roll?
2d10.
I'll roll.
I made a special chart that does weird things because I'm a nerd.
Nice.
You are a-okay. No encounters.
Okay. Next cube. Or hexagon, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Am I rolling every single one of these?
Yes, please. Oh, actually, we can just do it. We can do it twice a day. I'll just have to make the numbers. Actually, that makes more sense with some other stuff we decided anyway. So yeah. Either way, no encounters. And you all kind of at the after what? I guess that'd be like 3 or 4 hours of travel. You become very acutely exhausted. Like all the almost like it all just like catches up to you at once. The journey itself across the boundary just was extremely taxing, and you started kind of late, and now it's all just a washing over you. But let me go ahead and yeah, cool. Awesome. So you see right. That's what I decided. Whoop. You see, let me see if I can do this. There is on the horizon. You kind of like see just the tiniest wisp of like a campfire that had been put out, like the smoke kind of slowly ascending the sky from the horizon over.
But are we taking it at level exhaustion, or are we just tired?
No,
Like,
you're
are we
just you're
feeling-
just tired. Like this is the end of the adventuring day. It's
Okay.
time to sleep.
I'm cool.
I take first watch.
Nice.
I
yeah.
check on my beer.
On your beer. How long does
Yeah.
beer generally take to brew? Like IRL.
It's it can be like 2 weeks.
Anywhere.
It could be 6 months.
Yeah, it could be like a handful of days to months, depending on what kind of beer it is.
It's a dwarven stat, so I actually think it would be closer to like 6 months,
Ah.
or whatever the dwarves taught me to make. Whatever dwarves drink in this world.
And when did you start it? I guess just yesterday.
Yeah, so I think more realistically, to actually like see this thing come to fruition, that I'm gonna say I'm just making like an ale, a farmhouse ale or something.
What do you when you check on it? You're just like checking it to like, are there visual cues you're looking for, or are you kind of like?
I mean, it basically in this stage, beer would just like bubble out of the keg a little bit, like there's pressure. There's like a valve, and I would just see if the like as we transported that like it spew a bunch out. Is it leaking or anything? That's basically what I'm checking for, and seeing that there's like active growth coming out of it. Like
Yeah. So
if there's pressure and there's bubbling coming up,
Yes.
the yeast is working. That means it's alive.
it's about 2 weeks or something like that to give or take a couple days.
Nevertheless, you do see signs of that in your brew. It's much further along than it seems like it should be, based on what the dwarves taught you.
Oh.
Like curiously further along.
Yeah, like immediately you see that something is not as it should be.
Bring this up with some people. Like,
Check your bush.
Oh yeah, like, has my bush grown?
Yes,
Or
and yes, and
Yeah.
the what's it called? The yield, the berry yield is very full. There are even some berries have dropped
juicy
into the
berries.
soil. Yeah.
And I start picking off berries like a bonsai botanist. I'll just like start tossing them at people. Ugh.
You gotta get them berries.
What?
Tossing berries off the boat.
He's
You gotta
what?
Tossing berries.
get off the bush.
Yeah, we're just
Oh,
tossing berries. You never tossed the berry before?
How many times were we gonna say
Is
toss
this
the
world
berries?
is that like this world's version of toss the salad, and Finry was just scandalized by the thought of man tossing berries to everyone?
Oh my god.
Um,
You just you wanted the berries for your wine.
yeah,
that's
no,
why.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Make that shit up.
Interesting. I don't know.
What's up?
Am I perceiving anything differently than normal? I know I'm kind of from a different plane or space, so there may
Hmm.
be a bit of that rite of spring syndrome, like where they're experiencing a feeling for the first time and can't
Hmm.
comprehend it.
It's like
but I'm
extremely it's defamiliarized to you, so
Yeah.
you experience it much more
I'm
like
wondering
acutely.
if there's something like that.
Um, I other than if anything, some of that felt more familiar to you than it would have been to others. Since you have like uh crossed
Okay.
planes before. The
Hey,
sensation
Limbo.
was very similar. Moving
Also,
from limbo to here, or to
something
the material
interesting.
plane.
Something interesting I learned while playing Baldur's Gate 3 is that Gith can't conceive on the plane of limbo. They have to travel to. In fact, like they're born on other planes, and then it's like their birthright to travel back to the plane of limbo.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, I guess I was born somewhere else, just but then immediately like was sent back with some other group.
Nice. They're like, and we're done here. Whoop.
Yeah,
At least so early in life that you have no like real memory of
yeah.
being born. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Certainly. Other than that, there's just kind of like a lot of the sensation is just kind of a gut feeling of like stillness or something. It doesn't feel
No deja vu or
no it's like when you're kind of like out in nature or whatever, there's like a sense of motion.
openness and
Mm-hmm.
stillness.
Or like you're in somewhere that's like
Is it is it
alive.
like is it like there's 3 feet of snow, like the air is that dead and still?
Mm-hmm. Yes. There's no snow because it's not winter,
Yeah,
but
no
it is like that. Yes. There's just kind of like this pervasive stillness to the atmosphere that just doesn't quite if you weren't thinking about it, you might not even notice it. It's kind of like on that level of awareness. um but because kind of the material plane is so strange to you already, the contrast is even more apparent. You got a sense of it kind of tasting the air, but you definitely receive the environment in that way.
Mm.
I go over to Genrick and I let him know, I'm like, hey, my beer's almost done. I made it. I made it like 2 days ago.
He says, huh.
My bush is unruly.
He kind of like what? Um,
It needs to be trimmed.
when you come stop, when you when you come to kind of like walk up to him, something about his he's like kind of like in the grass, kind of like looking around, like kind of has his hand to it, kind of like moving it through, kind of like he's looking for tracks or something. Um, and he kind of seemed like distracted, and when you come up and you come talk to him, he's like, "Oh, sorry, what?" And then it kind of takes him a second to process what you said to him. He's like, "Oh, that's bizarre. Wait, how done is it? Like, how far along is it?"
Way further than it's supposed to be.
What basically y'all described about 2 weeks worth of development, is sort of like what you are,
Yeah.
seeing. So he
Yeah,
looks,
so it's like almost ready.
yeah.
So I'm like, yeah.
He's like, huh, well, I
Weird,
guess
huh?
yeah, very weird. Do you feel kind of off?
Yeah, I feel like older.
Do we? No.
You feel what I've said. You feel like those
It
senses of
felt like we
vertigo.
made it, like this weird vertigo, and that it felt like we've traveled much further than we physically have beyond the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
Oh fuck! Did we just like black out? Did we like do stuff in 2 weeks, or was there a time like advancement? You know what I mean? Oh fuck! This is me
Yeah.
thinking it's not Azaram, but
Yeah.
Everybody check your body for tattoos.
oh yeah,
You've
look for like messages from yourself.
Oh shit! I checked for my rats.
your rats are just chilling where they've always chilled.
Corey,
Mm-hmm.
I want to try and make. I want to pray to Tyr and see if my connection's still connected.
Like to like the rituals and stuff you normally do to like receive
Yeah.
your power and stuff. Okay, yeah. Um,
Minute anyway.
yeah, you do you have any sort of rituals that you do, or is it kind of just like a simple sort of like a recital of a prayer kind of thing that you do? Like what is worshiping Tyr involve? Do you have like a very
Slaughter.
involved way of doing that, or do you just kind of like have a very functional sort of way of doing that?
My character is a more functional kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
Usually prays in front of a scales.
Oh, right, because Tyr is like justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I do a little prayer and see if it's all what it should be.
You do sense that kind of like connection to the divine. Though kind of like how Thinry is like looking at the constellations and they seem just kind of like off. It's like that. It's like the same sensation though a little weaker and maybe like sideways or something. It's hard to describe. But more or less just something is kind of disjointed with it. You believe you don't feel any difference in how it allows you to channel magic and channel kind of these divine sources of power that you as a paladin have, but still you can't help but notice the kind of strange off kilter sensation of it given what you're used to.
Okay, well then I tell the rest of the party that, hey guys, my divine power is coming in sideways and a little slower than usual.
Finry said
Fucking worse, isn't it, Corey? I hate it.
the same thing.
I kind of love it. What'd you say, Thinry?
Her wisdom teeth did the same thing.
Yeah, how about like maybe I might just get a mirror feeling, but you need my connection to Zerthamon or whatever. That's mostly for me it's just it's a within thing. Like there's no sort of outward ritual to it.
Yeah, like you're packed. You in a weird way feel that the source of your connection to with your pact with Zerthamon is almost like it feels even amplified somehow. But that's not quite the right word.
Clearer, more focused, maybe.
like yeah, like perhaps even like resonant or something. Uh
It has a different quality to it here.
yeah, like you feel as though like like the reception's good. But that also in a sense that it kind of it doesn't it doesn't and not it doesn't yeah, coming in sideways type thing with like what I said, but it's like a slightly different flavor even. Like all of your perceptions of magic and of your relationship to magic and to the divine and all these things they're qualitatively different though still present. There's something new and unfamiliar about it without being fully alien.
Mm.
Am I getting pings on Facebook or is that just coming through?
No, it's. You should probably. I mean, I don't know. I'll make a music channel so we don't get pings. Don't worry about it.
That's okay. We'll figure this out. It's not bothering me. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like being recorded. Yeah.
Do I feel sideways about my magic that I get from nature? I guess like it has a bonfire as we stop.
Mm-hmm. Not so much sideways as the flow of natural energies feels profoundly still in this place.
Okay.
In a way that normally would kind of resemble, I mean, to you as a druid of the spores and who's very attuned with these entropic processes and stuff, the phrase that comes to your mind to describe the difference, the sensation is almost like death without decay.
Huh. Just a lack of energy. We're basically in a spiritual Bermuda Triangle,
Hmm.
which means nothing to this world.
You don't know. I like hurriedly scratch the phrase Bermuda Triangle off the map.
um, yeah, this place gives me the heebie-jeebies. There's a lot of lack and there's a lot of without. I don't know what other way to say that other than.
I didn't understand a single thing that you just said.
That's fine. I don't. I'm not exactly sure what I'm trying to convey, to be honest. Either way, let's make camp in this weird place.
Genrick agrees. I'm assuming you all just kind of like openly discuss sort of the feelings here as a group. Is that a correct
Group
assumption
therapy,
or
yeah, we'll have a nice group therapy session over it.
yeah?
Wait, is Julia like molting or anything?
No.
Long enough that my skin is like peeling.
That's a interesting question. No. So I'm gonna do this. While some of the natural processes that kind of were going in y'all's possessions, like in the ale and in the bush, the thatchberry bush and stuff like that, some of those were like altered or accelerated, though your bodily processes don't feel as though they were.
Is our hair longer? Do we have beards?
No, your hair long. The party's hair is not longer. No one has extra beards.
Yeah.
Physically, you feel a few hours older.
We don't shit ourselves.
No. You
We're not like Austin Powersing in the bathroom
no.
for like 2 minutes.
No.
Okay, good.
That said, Genrick does look a little worse for wear. It's hard to tell. His hair isn't longer. He didn't shit himself. But he seems like just a little more like gaunt or vacant or something.
Sober.
Yeah, bummer. And the horses too, their manes are longer and their fur a little more unkempt.
Talk to the
Oh.
animals. What have they seen?
Yeah.
Oh,
What
okay. I'll go ahead and cast a speak with animals ritual. 'Cause that's my shtick now. And I'm gonna talk to the horses that got older.
Sure. Bobbit or Dango?
Definitely. Which one's more trustworthy?
They're both more trustworthy than the BS.
You mean the quickness?
No, I don't.
I'll talk to Dango or whatever his name is.
Okay. Dango is happy to talk to you. It kind of has like a um an air of almost like a, not like profound loneliness or something, but it's just kind of like it's like, oh hey, it's really nice to talk to you, kind of like energy, you know. Just like what's where are we? What was all that weird darkness? Felt like forever.
Did it feel like forever for us?
Felt like a long time, but it felt like more so disorienting. Like you, like that sense like you're just like in a room with no windows or clock or whatever for like a long time. I have no idea what, how long has been. Yeah,
How did they eat?
they didn't.
Oh,
They,
no,
I don't think
I'm
they.
so hungry.
I don't think they perceived like a whole 2 weeks passing or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How long did it feel like you were gone? If they haven't answered.
The horses? Are you're asking the horse still?
Yeah.
Which one is this, Bobbit?
No, the other one.
Dango. Dango. Yeah, Dango. Dango's like it. It just felt like a long time. It felt like a long sleep. You don't know that. You don't know that horses have like an excellent sense of internal time.
Okay.
I don't know that.
asked
I
if
at
they
least
got
I don't know.
hungry during that time.
You ask what?
Did they get hungry during that time?
I am so hungry.
Oh.
Were we hungry when we came out?
You're like as hungry as you would be at the end of a day.
Why is it only affecting some people like
Well,
bad?
it's affecting all the people, but it's affecting the animals differently.
But like it seems like Genrick seems more worse for wear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, because we were a part of the ritual, so I think that's what.
Oh my god, how's Harriet?
Harriet,
Oh no. I go check on Harriet.
the hare. Harriet, the hare is do you talk to? Are you still speaking with animals?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you say? You find Harriet where you keep her. Is it a her? Did we decide it was a her?
Yeah, Harriet's a her.
Um.
I say, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Harriet. Where did you keep Harriet? Because Harriet ate that like bunch of vegetables and
yeah.
carrots, right?
Gloves with the rats, I think. Right?
I think I was probably. Oh no, I put Harriet in my lap. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Oh sure. Okay. Well, yeah.
Carrying Harriet around, so I just like pull Harriet out of my robe.
Yeah. Harriet's like, oh my goodness. I know I ate too many of those carrots, but I'm kind of hungry.
Oh whoa. We gotta make sure Genrick and these animals eat. I guess like now.
Yeah. You all like tend to the animals, I guess.
Yeah, I guess what is that? Rations? Do we just go forage like we usually do?
Well, you had some food stores, yeah. You do notice that a lot of it, the more perishable stuff has sort of like rotted a little bit.
Oh, the rest of the
All the
caravan.
mushrooms are good though, right?
Like rations that you can buy as an item are specifically designed to like stay
Yeah.
to not just spoil, but
Yeah,
some of like the
it's
fresh
like-
produce and stuff, and
But like berries that I've kept are probably moldy and just dead now,
Yeah.
and shit like that.
yeah, the like if you had kept them, if they weren't on the plant,
Yeah.
they weren't they were
Oh,
dying.
so
Yeah.
Finri,
Are
had
eggs still
you
good?
started anyone? Finri,
So had I what?
He started
had
the
you
one.
had you started making any
Yeah,
wine yet?
I had, but I was just doing it like a couple berries at a time because I wasn't given a lot. I
Yeah,
think,
so you might have a few drops of almost wine.
yeah. It's like starting to smell a little more
Except it's more
alcoholic.
like exactly, but like not in a professionally fermented way. More like
Yeah,
you left some
like
berries in a
very
bottle for too long.
It's a little sour. Like
Yeah.
It's a little step towards moonshine.
Yeah.
It's moon wine.
Oh, moon wine.
ooh, that sounds
That's very moon
delightful.
I would drink something called Thatchberry Moon Wine.
wine.
Yeah, when you all suggest food, Thinrick or Ginrick is like, yeah, I'll get dinner going, and he kind of starts his normal cooking routine. A little later in the evening than y'all are accustomed to, but
Does
even
he
so,
need any help? Finri will help him cook.
he accepts any help you offer. He didn't.
Oh, I'll help too, and I like pull out more of those fucking mushrooms that he hated, and they're probably moldy by now.
Yeah, I don't know what happens to mushrooms if you just let them sit for 2 weeks, but
They'll mold. They get slimy and moldy unless you're like trying to ferment them.
they're really not great.
Yeah, I like pull them out and I'm like embarrassed of them.
When you notice that they are like inedibly slimy and gross, you do you realize that you probably need different mushrooms, or do you just give up on the mushrooms for the night?
Oh, I guess I go looking for some.
Okay. Go ahead and forage for me.
It's survival, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get my character sheet up. Click on them skills. Yeah. Oh, this laptop is struggling with Fantasy Grounds.
Uh-oh. Oh, right. You're I forgot there was that whole thing. Yeah, you absolutely find some more. Not more of the Pauper Savior, but more of the gosh, I'm trying so hard to remember the name. The ones that y'all found in that temple.
The plague one?
Yeah, the plague ones.
Oh no.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
That's a bad implication that we found it twice.
Yeah, it is.
Let me check something.
Like we didn't like find just one like despondent rare deposit. But now we have 2 points. We have a line to connect on a map, and that's no good.
Let me find our chat really quick, because I think you sent me.
Was that something that was like rolled randomly, or was that
It
something that
was.
you-
It
Okay.
well, the first time it was
the
rolled
first time,
randomly.
obviously, yeah.
But this time, oh,
Yeah, as I uncover it, I like, let's just put you back where you were.
so this time you notice something. Well, yeah, you notice something. You feel as though you may have misidentified that one or this one. There's something off about it.
Oh.
Let me see. I'm looking up the PDF you sent me. I'm sorry, it's taking me a second.
No. It's funny though. It's like, oh, misidentified one of them. Oh God, which one?
Yeah.
We destroy some innocent mushroom. Ah.
Do you remember what the number was, or just what it was called?
I don't. Something Leviathan.
Ooh, that's right. It was like 2 something.
17? There's no way, right?
I was thinking of 17 too. But
I didn't-
Julia also just rolled a 17, so I don't know if I'm just.
Yeah,
Huh?
I rolled a 19.
Oh, it can't be a 17 because it's 3d6.
Mm.
No.
But
The perfect line.
that's awesome.
I only just now realized a few days ago that 3-6 Mafia is like 666.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
It took me a long time too.
I only just now made that connection a few days ago.
Did you? Oh, did you roll again? Okay, yeah, cool. You rolled nature. Yeah, you take a closer look, and it's So I think. What did you? I've asked this before. A spore print. That's when you kind of make an imprint of it on paper, or
No, that's
Yeah.
what. Wait, is it? I
Yeah.
thought that's what I said, but then it's. Yeah, I thought it was like the little spore babies like fall on.
Okay. It's not an imprint. It's more like you cut the cap off and you put it on something like paper, or I guess you could put it on, I don't know, something that can catch the spores as they fall. It takes some time.
interesting.
It is an imprint, but it's not like you just dip it and it's done. It's not like a stamp. It's not a mushroom stamp. That's something else.
Well, the huh. Yeah, you notice that it hasn't caused any of the sort of like vegetative destruction that its reputation would imply of it. The kind of like surrounding plant life is sort of like fairly normal. It doesn't look like it's like taking over or running rampant through.
Yeah, I guess I'll use that nature check to like take a closer look and figure out if I was wrong about what this thing was.
Yeah, so visually it still looks just like the what Leviathan, I think that's what it was called. I'm gonna double check it. Yeah, the Leviathan. Yeah, visually it looks exactly like what the Leviathan looks like, but it just doesn't. It's not. The growth pattern is different. The kind of like extremely invasive and corrosive, or corrosive isn't the right word, but sort of like the destructive environmental impact is absent from this
Weird.
kind of growth.
Sorry, give me one second.
Does anyone have poison resistance? We could taste test it.
We have a poison kit.
We do have a poison kit.
Nobody's proficient yet, though.
Yeah, what would I have to? Sorry, I got distracted. I was trying to help put the dogs away.
You whatever a mycologist would do to identify a mushroom is what you would
Okay.
have to do.
I would go ahead and like cut it in half.
Mm.
To take a look inside, and then like de-stem one of the other ones and like put it on a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
That's it there for a while to see what color it comes out as.
Gotcha. Does this process sort of like take a long time? Or like would it be done by morning, or would it be done in a few minutes, or?
Would be done by either later tonight or the morning.
Okay.
I can just cut it open and immediately take a look at some things.
Absolutely.
If it
Okay.
was usable for something, then I would have to probably leave it as like a little experiment until tomorrow, or just later tonight if I'm like taking watch.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a few hours. It could take like half a day.
Awesome. So you kind of like you do all your stuff. You kind of like cut open the stem and look. They're it's they're whatever you're looking for. You don't feel like you found it quite yet, but later on, when we get to your watch and the spore print is complete, I'll let you know if you notice anything different then as well.
I handled it super carefully, just in case I was right the first time.
Yeah. Um. Cool beans. Anybody else trying to do stuff? Oh, right, you were doing this because you were trying to help get mushrooms for cooking. So not in time for dinner, but when you get back, sort of a bare bones, not bare bones, a basic dinner has been uh prepared by Thinry and Ginrick. All the essentials, the stuff that didn't go bad, the bread, the core of the traveler's diet is all present. It's not super fancy, but it's still prepared with expertise and
It's just
care.
like grits.
Yeah.
Grits and jerky.
Yeah. A little bit of seasoning.
For a second, I thought you meant bare bones. Like we're having bare bone soup.
We're having bone stew.
Just bare bones
Soggy
in a
chicken bones. Yeah, exactly. No.
Uh,
Yeah, you all have dinner. It's good. Uh you can kind of prepare anything you want to do before you go to bed or start taking watches or whatever. Um that said, dinner, you kind of do notice that there's sort of like a Ginrick usually eats like stereotypical like hobbit appetite, but he kind of doesn't touch his food so much. He gets like halfway through and then just kind
I
of like
encourage
leaves it.
him to eat more. Ask if everything's okay.
He's like, yeah, I feel weird. He kind of like waves his hand in front of his eyes. It's like, yeah, I'll finish my food. I just kind of feel off or something. Um, yeah, like and he just generally does seem to feel a little disoriented since you all arrived. But he kind of like changes the subject away from the dinner or whatever. He's like, "Hey, I think I maybe found some evidence of like travel. I don't know. It wasn't like a wagon like what we've got. It was kind of just like, like a prints in the grass and stuff. Kind of faint. I couldn't really tell how old they were, but I think maybe that you or Julia or somebody who's better at that kind of thing could maybe pick up on that lead. He like marked it. He kind of like left a little thing to go find it again.
Nice. We can definitely look at it in the morning.
He's like, yeah.
Yeah.
And he like thumbs ups. Yeah.
Cool. I can take second shift after Matt
Um,
on sleep.
is
What?
second shift the one that a bunch of you kind of share? Let me see. I think so.
Yeah, it's like Matt, me, and Azaram on second watch.
Oh
Nice.
yeah, I forgot that there's
Do we
normal
have
order.
a thing?
Yeah, the watch
Yeah,
order is
but-
in the order tab.
Isn't it usually me first?
It's usually you last.
Oh, okay, I'm last.
Um, by during second shift, y'all should roll perception checks.
Who's on
Alright.
second shift?
Matt, Azaram, and Fox.
Okay.
Don't see shit.
Fox has like just the worst luck on skill checks.
Hey.
Fox and Azaram are, I guess, exchanging some tales or something, and Matt is alert enough. You feel, despite the kind of like aura of silence, you feel as though you notice something stirring in the distance, kind of in the tall grass, past the campfire light.
I didn't realize I was muted. I was trying to say that I'm chatting with Fox. But what is a heebie-jeebie?
I'm trying to explain it to you with dance moves. Explain the body feels you get from going to Spooky Town.
I want to take you to.
Spooky Town. Does Azaram understand that analogy? Or
I probably understand his pantomiming the feeling of having the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
the
I don't know why.
physical?
I feel like I like to fault to dancing when it comes to Azaram over words.
It's
And so Azaram always has a moment of understanding, regardless of whether he's understanding what is correct or not.
he's drawing conclusions.
Yes.
That's why Fox keeps doing it.
I like to imagine that Fox is a very kind of like hands talker, you know, like, so it's whenever words fail Fox, he kind of like defaults to a sort of interpretive dance style of gesturing.
Yeah.
Like that scene in Fooly Cooley where it's like, it's like a footy
Pretty
cooly.
cool. You do it with your hands like this.
I have the
You guys.
canon about Fox that, like, as Fox is constantly failing like performance checks, is that Fox is still finding his art form, and like the full like end arc of this whole campaign will be Fox finding out that stand-up comedy is his shit.
And what's the deal with the barrier?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Just nobody believes in Fox. Everyone's like, he's not that great of a performer, but really it's just that he's a visionary. And nobody gets it yet.
You guys haven't seen like he's not a glamour bard yet, so he hasn't peaked. He's working on it. It's next level.
Your breakthrough moment.
When he has his furry form.
Yeah.
Y'all. But yeah, so Matt, you notice while they're having this conversation about the heebie-jeebies, you get a little bit of the heebie-jeebies, and just past where the campfire light sort of like ends and the night darkness begins, you kind of hear and just see the vaguest of motion kind of in the tall grass.
I have dark vision. Does it improve what I see, or?
Israel, I was describing it relative to your vision.
Gotcha.
So it's just like, yeah, just beyond sight.
Well,
just beyond clear sight. It's dim. You notice something. It feels like an intrusion on the stillness that you've all been experiencing this whole time.
I try to get Ezram's attention and Fox. It's like, guys, I see something. It's right there. It's in the bushes. Do you guys see it? See those bushes moving?
They didn't. But I don't know. What do y'all? wanna do about it?
Mine to me?
Huh?
No, no, I do not. I see nothing.
Uh-oh.
I was watching this dance.
Do you wanna do any? Sorry, go ahead.
How far is it from us?
So I think what your dark vision increments are like 60 feet or something, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Could I
So,
throw a net?
oh, you certainly could. What's the range of it?
I think like 15 feet.
What's the long range?
I think it's just you can throw it.
15 feet. That's it.
Oh, it literally can't go further than 15 feet. You can't just like yeet it.
I mean, it's a net. You gotta.
That's true.
Yeah.
I was imagining it had like weights or something,
Yeah,
but
that's what's carrying it 15 feet.
Yeah.
Attach it to my crossbow.
fair enough.
Have you not watched fishing YouTube?
I know, right?
I haven't no, I haven't caught up on my fishing YouTube lately.
Corey, I'm gonna grab like the kitchen pan and start like dinging it, waking everyone up.
Okay. Do you don't try the net thing? You just
It's too far away. It's
when you start doing that, the whatever it is kind of like scurries, and the rustling kind of in the grass and stuff, you seem to have, it seems to be moving away until you don't hear it or see it anymore.
Tracks? Could Henry go see if there's any tracks?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be a survival? Okay.
So here's the tracks. Let me see. Got the alphabet really quick. My God, I have a degree in everybody.
No, I go through the alphabet in my head too.
Aha.
Little boy, small boy, does not even know ABCs.
You don't see any tracks. However, you do find there's kind of the place where Matt points out to you where he first saw and heard it, that there's kind of like a strange kind of glistening residue in the grass.
That's gross.
I taste it. I want to. What's it taste like?
It's flavorless, though it does kind of like tingle. Kind of like when you eat too many pineapples.
It tastes kind of funny, guys.
But is anyone, or Julia, if someone rolled nature and was good at it, could they maybe find out what this is on the juice trail and flavor?
Y'all.
Oh,
I rolled a
yes.
18 to get on the juice trail.
A 20 to help.
Okay, what are you trying to do with the juice trail?
I'm just trying to identify if it's like from a thing of nature, a beast, or something like that.
It does not seem like anything that you find sort of in the world. Like, you're familiar with all types of kind of like animal secretions. I kind of hate that phrase.
Judy is like, I'm not familiar with this secretion. This is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Can I try Arcana?
You could.
Does it remind me of anything that my favored enemy of aberrations would? It's I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. Do I recognize? Is it an aberration thing?
You don't recognize what it is, but you do like kind of have that like kind of intuition that that's what you're dealing with. Like given your knowledge and exposure to kind of like small aberrant things in the undercity of Saltstar Port in the sewers and the waterworks and stuff. There were kind of, you said you have like a backstory for this, right? What is it about aberrations that you just have a history of like dealing with them? Or
Yeah, wasn't I vaguely remember being what attacked. I lost my family and my people too before going to the port. I think that was the connect.
well, it can be now. I'm not sure that we maybe ever discussed that, but
I'd have to go back and see. It's been a second.
whatever your experience with kind of aberrant creatures are, you do kind of like you get that sort of like intuitive sense that this is something similar to. Though you've never seen this specific kind of goo, you do think it is aberrant in nature.
Nice.
And
Well, go ahead.
Eddie. I was gonna wonder how far did it run off? Do we see any signs of that it might still be in the area?
No, and even when you try and look, the weird goo trail is sort of like non continuous. It'll kind of like you'll find little goo. It's not even that thick of goo. It's just kind of like you can see that like where it kind of rubbed up against some grass, and there's just like a little. It's not really thick even, or but there is there. But that said, even it's not like a trail. It's kind of just like find some here. If you look really hard, you find some there.
Hey, did we decide if it was an aberration?
Thinnery is pretty confident that it is an aberration, but she's not familiar with the specific kind.
Check to track the little spots here and there.
Sure.
Because I have, since that's my favorite enemy, I have advantage.
Sure do.
On it.
Survival tracker.
Oh, it just says wisdom checks. Okay, but yeah, I can. Hold on.
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh.
You lose the trail, but you conclude that it's because you don't think that whatever this was walks or crawls. Think that it perhaps like flies or something. Like as you're tracking it, you notice like a certain kind of like pattern of it kind of grazing here and there, but there's no evidence of like trotting through the grass or anything. There's no footprints. There's no kind of like weightedness anywhere for you to like trail on the impressions or anything. So you feel pretty comfortable concluding that it doesn't walk, or it wasn't walking.
Uh-oh. What do y'all want to do?
I guess look around. I'd take a good look around in the sky.
Do you want to roll a perception check?
His owl. See if the owl can see anything.
Yeah, Ginrick is like kind of like rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Like, And he like speaks to his familiar in a private. I guess he speaks. Arcane is just kind of like a draconic dialect or whatever, but he speaks to it in that sort of language and directs it to go kind of like look around. Yeah, you rolled perception. You can roll with advantage. I know you've already rolled it, but you can roll again higher. Since you have like all of Thenry's findings. Yeah, nice.
Thenry calls out in deep speech and asks if anybody's watching us.
No reply. Julia, you
Yeah. Because it'd be scary if you just started speaking in deep speech.
Oh yeah. I don't explain it afterwards then either. I just kind of like shrug.
Julia, you almost feel like you see like far, far away, somewhere in the grass, deep in the distance, like the glimmer of like a firefly or something for just a second.
And I respond to Thenry in deep speech and say, "Who are you talking to?"
the the goo creature. I respond in deep speech.
Oh, guy who told me how to talk like this said it was only useful underground. But shrug.
Um,
Is it like alarming for Thinner to start speaking Mind Flayer to you?
Honestly, oh my god, yeah. Well, is Mind Flayer deep speech?
Yeah, Undercommon is the common of the Underdark, but Deep Speech is like aberration speech.
Oh,
I'm really nonchalant about it though.
I do shoot a glare at Thenry actually. That so I take that back. I thought that was the Underdark language, but yeah, deep speech is like all about that. Like I know why I know it. Why do you know it?
I'm
That's
like,
that's the look that I give you, not what I say.
Justify yourself to me.
I tell you, I'm like an onion.
You
I've
know,
never
y'all.
encountered a creature named an onion before.
hey, nerds. Uh, I see something. I spy with my weird eyes something
Just call me.
apparently aberrant over there.
It's like a nursery rhyme.
That's how it came out. I don't know
No, I
why.
liked it. Like it had an interesting cadence to
And
it.
then and then I shoot my glare that way. An aberration.
Well, it looked more like a firefly, but I saw something. And I point that way.
Something aberrant. Sounds sinister.
How far away is it?
It's you know, more than 100 feet at this point. Whatever Julia saw.
I remember why.
Whatever I saw, was it like going away from us?
Yeah, it was basically fleeing. From what you could tell.
Weird. Well, it's gone now. I'm gonna go check on my mushroom.
Like, all right, well, that's all. What's all this then? When you check the spore print, it doesn't match a leviathan's spore print. Everything else about it is seemingly identical. Um, but you you realize that there is a kind of like a cousin to the leviathan called a false leviathan. Um,
Oh, isn't that nice?
and let me tell you all about it. If you want, you can go ahead and just read the entry on 251.
I don't have that book on me now that I'm like.
Oh, that's right. Well, here you go. Appearance and notes: scaly white stem and bottle green bell-shaped caps. Looks almost identical to Leviathan, a species of mushroom that was deliberately driven to extinction for its role in the genocides of the last century. Distinguishable only by its spore print. Likely only survived due to the hidden nature of its environment. Flavor and mouthfeel: banana bread. Aroma: sweet. Habitat: heather and gorse.
So is it just
Hmm.
like a tasty mushroom?
Yeah. Totally normal mushroom.
Looks like it would kill an entire civilization.
Hey y'all, I know I told you. I know last time we had talked about this mushroom, I said it would kill this
You okay?
entire area as food stores, but actually I was wrong. It's the banana bread mushroom.
It's called a false leviathan. You
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
call it banana bread to us.
yeah, you aren't you aren't certain if the previous encounter was a leviathan or a false leviathan, but you have a nagging doubt in your gut that you may or may not have actually
I want to assume that
stopped
the
a
first one
plague.
was. Yeah, I want to assume the first one was one, and this is actually just a false one. Like you've been
I don't know.
two
I
for
could
two
also
for
be
your
super
identification.
wrong. I could be wrong both ways, and I can just eat something that's about to like.
Yeah, we
Well,
could just all die right now. Let's go for
well,
it.
okay, this
You
makes
find
sense.
yourself in a very weird place and no one ever comes back from it. Also, here's a very normal kind of mushroom. Do you want to eat it?
Right?
It just looks like the genocide one, just exactly like it. But it's not.
Oh, we're in opposite world.
Yeah. Hey, I got an 18 on that nature check. I
That's
can
what I'm
trust
saying.
that.
No, you feel very confident
And
about
I rolled
your
really bad on the last one, so
well, you'll never know because the only difference in identifying them is by their spore print. And I'm pretty sure y'all like eradicated those on site when you saw them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, so either way, good job us.
Yeah. Anyways, anyone want some banana bread? And I take a
Shrug.
bite out of it.
Fuck yeah.
It
Yeah,
works,
it's
bro.
good.
Everyone bite simultaneously.
TPK. TPK.
Oh my gosh. Everyone put on your white robes and here are some little cups with your banana bread mushroom in it.
I'm already wearing a white
No,
t-shirt.
yeah, it tastes kind of like banana bread, mouthfeel wise, and everything. It's kind of like kind of got that kind of mealiness to it.
Banana.
Banana bread's not mealy. What kind of banana bread have you been eating?
I don't eat banana bread. I thought that was the word it used.
Oh yeah, are you allergic to banana bread?
No, my dad's allergic to underripe bananas.
Banana.
The flavor and mouthfeel is banana bread, so I think I was thinking of a different entry. So yeah, it's not mealy.
Cool. I excitingly bring some to Gendrick.
Gendrick looks at it kind of sideways. He's like, "Is it like the last one?"
No.
Henry asked him if he can make a loaf out of it.
A loaf of mushroom?
A loaf of banana bread flavored mushroom bread.
He says banana bread. He smells it, kind of sweet. Takes a small bite, and he looks extremely skeptical the whole time. And he's just like, "Yeah, I think I could do that." You can tell he's like more intrigued than he lets on, but his initial what's the word I'm looking for? His initial like opposition to his closedness to the idea was overpowering. So he's like, yeah,
Henry,
I think I can do that.
Mad scientists on the inside.
Huh? You're a mad scientist on the inside. Is that what you said?
No, I said Benry knows that all good cooks are just mad scientists on the inside.
Oh, he's itching for the challenge. He's like, yeah, I can do that. You catch him eating a couple when no one's looking. Yeah, no. That's what you find with the spore print.
Cool. I'll do my watch while people are back to bed.
Absolutely. You all kind of like get your rest in after the kind of weird midnight interruption by a strange visitor, unseen. You do notice, however, that throughout the night, the eclipse hangs in the air. In the deepest parts of the night, the light coming from behind the moon dims. But by morning, the sky kind of has that sunrise color to it, despite the the fact that the sun and moon kind of have been like high noon physically in the sky the entire time you've been here. The only difference between the night sky and the day sky is that as morning approaches, the hue and intensity of the light of the corona coming from behind the eclipse like increases and slowly changes.
Wait a second. We like froze the eclipse.
The eclipse has the eclipse is still there. Been there all night.
Is that normal? Wasn't the eclipse about to end?
It was about to end, but it never did.
Has anyone else noticed the fact that the moon isn't moving anymore?
The sun isn't either. Like the sun never went down.
Is this the first time we heard of this, or did I just not hear last time?
No, this is I kind of described it a little bit earlier, but yeah, it never went away. I described that when you exited into Sonottia, it was nighttime and the eclipse was still there, but yeah, explicitly now the eclipse just hangs in the height of the sky at all hours.
Yeah, when people start waking up, I'm like, and since I was doing last watch, I like point out, I'm like, am I the last one to notice that the moon and the sun aren't moving? Is everyone else seeing this?
Henry said he hadn't noticed.
Henry would have 100% noticed because you were looking at the stars.
She forgot.
No, we were all just kind of like not.
Yeah, they usually mute. Gone.
You chalk it up to the extreme disorientation that you felt exiting the boundary, the portal from the boundary.
Yeah, I just think of it as it's just too much to handle on top of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, oh. I don't know what to do with that information, so I'm just gonna go prepare my spells.
The Genrick, when you guys kind of start talking about it, Genrick kind of like makes a remark. He's like, yeah, I mean it's sort of a saying among kind of like, you know, mystics or whatever, or scholars or people who study those myths, that in Sonottia the sun and the moon are one. But he was like, I didn't know. I mean, that meant nothing to me, but I think that might be what that means.
I don't know what else I was expecting, to be honest.
I don't know what I was expecting either. It's all brand new to me. I'm checking something before I say something that wasn't true, but
What just happened?
they're discussing the eclipse and how it's still here. Oh, I guess I didn't put in. Yeah. Yeah, Genrick explains, yes, like, yeah, the ritual had to be performed during an eclipse because, it's almost like, he's saying this, like, putting it together himself as you guys are talking about it. It's like, yeah, I guess that's why the ritual needed an eclipse, is because it kind of, like, corresponds to this that we're seeing here in Sonottia.
This seems to be some sort of parallel demi-plane to that area of land or something like that.
You feel like you are on the right track with that idea. It has all of the same sensations as mentioned earlier. You know, you have experience with kind of crossing planes and experiencing different kind of like modalities of reality, like between limbo and the material and wherever you were born and things like that. You know, you kind of know what it feels like to go from one place to another, and this place definitely has like a feel.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's morning. um,
The eclipse is still here.
yeah, the eclipse is still here. The difference between night and morning seems to be um, like someone is like adjusting the intensity of the light coming from the sun behind the moon. And that is what the kind of sense of time moving is signaled by here.
Yeah.
Not the sun rising and setting, but dimming and brightening.
So we're either in like some sort of temporal pocket, or we're on another place that's just like the other place we're at, except that the world is like just going closer and further away from the star and not turning.
We're dealing with like a non-Euclidean planet at this point.
Are we in character? Because if so, I'm really impressed.
No.
I mean, I feel like you would probably having a somewhat similar conversation. Like, you may not be saying like temporal pocket, but like
Euclidean.
yeah, like Azaram specifically is like, this feels like a demi-plane thing. Like that much would be well within your colloquial understanding of
that explains the stillness of like everything, of like all the magical nature of things. Like nothing is in motion right now.
The air here isn't being recycled with the rest of the atmosphere or whatever.
or you know, science that
Whatever.
I don't know science. I just recite it flawlessly. Yeah, in the morning, Thinry, you find Ginrick over with the tracks, trying to see if not the ones that you found last night, but the ones that he mentioned to you, of maybe like someone traveling.
Do we want to follow that?
You don't even know if you can. He just kind of noticed something and said that maybe you guys could check it out and do a better job at it than he.
Yeah.
We gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
We're gonna find Sonottia here, obviously.
Huh? Julia and Thinry both, between the two of you, you have trouble identifying how old the tracks are, but they are regardless fresh enough to see that they travel vaguely like north by northeast, and they kind of extend in the direction that you came from. So, if you were to follow those, huh?
Where we saw the owl saw people though too, right?
That's a little more to the east, but yes, the both. So the tracks that you find generally indicate this sort of direction, and then this thing over here is where you saw the oh my god, the thing.
Yeah, where the smoke was.
Yeah.
I think I would rather go towards the travelers that we know were here recently and head towards the camp and ditch the tracks that seem to go back to where we came from.
Well, the track, yeah, the tracks that kind of like go like that. This is sort of like a vague implication. Like the tracks are kind of light, but it's like with that broken old road that you'd been following. Like you can kind of like you can infer a direction from kind of like the places where it's more clear. Yeah. So
Fox is also in favor of that, of heading towards the travelers that we're seeing.
So that's two for the travelers. Any other strong opinions about?
What are the other options?
There's the travelers that are over here. God. I keep accidentally drawing. Yeah. Where's the there? Oh my god. Travelers this way. Vague sense of tracks extending generally to the north.
Whatever.
You're like I'm here for the
They are
ride.
at this point. They are identical choices to me. They're both going to progress us further into this land.
Yeah, it's hard to go backwards from where you're at. By the way, off question has my mic volume generally been better? Am I been breaking up
Yeah, you're fine.
and stuff? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
keep a good handle on it. Yeah, I mean, if no one else objects, that I guess y'all are gonna go check the travelers out, so you can go ahead and move your indicator twice before noon, and then you can roll an encounter die. We'll just do one. I'll go ahead and write up the rules, but for now, just since we're doing a shorter session or whatever, anyway, you can just roll the dice one time. Thing encountered on the way. When you arrive, where you saw the kind of like evidences of a campfire yesterday, you can find kind of the remnants of a fire pit, like a makeshift fire circle, where the logs even are still sort of smoldering in the morning. It's not smoking in the morning, or it's not smoking anymore. But the evidence of people having been here is very, very fresh and
Let's see what's around.
seems like about yeah. Oh my god, you're so good at
Tonight.
you see evidence of whoever was camped here. It seemed like a party of like 2 to 3 ish, like not more than 4 people. But it's kind of a small group. Made a small fire and appears to have left before dawn.
What
Kind of
direction did they leave to?
to the east.
East, okay.
To see if they left anything behind or any kind of signs that would like give us more info.
Yeah. You can kind of they weren't super awesome at kind of like covering up their camp. They kind of like, you can see remnants of the animal that they hunted and ate for dinner. Looks like they killed some hare and stuff and just ate rabbit for their meal last night over the fire. And sort of like scattered the remains into both the fire and kind of like the surrounding dirt stuff. Kind of try to just kind of like bury it, the leftover. You can see even where they kind of like had their tents set up. You can also see that the trail that they've left, going to the east, they're on foot. Yeah,
Do they have any or anything like that? Any animals?
no, it doesn't look like that. It looks like perhaps 3 people. Based on how much food and seeing where the tents were, and just kind of like the amount of kind of like trampled grass or whatever to the east or whatever, you feel pretty confident there are about 3 people here.
I am down to follow their tracks to the
Well, they weren't trying to kind of hide their tracks, and the tracks are still fresh. Also, you're in favored terrain, aren't you?
Oh yeah. That's true.
Significantly better. Yeah, you managed to follow it. It's almost due east. I will say, to briefly describe kind of this weird sun situation. The eclipse overhead, at noon, it shines at its brightest, and sort of like you're not supposed to look at an eclipse anyway, or the sun in general. But
USA.
at midday, sort of like the light of the sky, it's like it's like perfectly sky blue, but also just like very bright. Like at noon, there is sort of like this kind of peak of intensity to the light coming from the sky that is just barely more than is comfortable to look at, you know. So you kind of like find yourself like averting your eye. You know, like you know how even kind of on some overcast days, you can like look at the clouds and it like hurts your eyes, that kind of thing. It's kind of
Yeah,
like
like
it's kind of like that. Like you just kind of like don't want to like be staring up in the sky too long around noon.
how's our how's our energy level? Are we still like getting tired quickly, or was that just recouping from the travel?
You think that was just recouping from the travel? You feel about as rested as you would halfway through a day, an adventuring day.
Okay. So do I get 2 more hexagons for the day?
Sure do, and that's what I was doing. Mask mode. Oh right, and I was want to give y'all more of it so that you can like make more info. So that said, is pretty it's just grassland around where you are.
Okay, so I can just go flop.
The trail you found from this place. Go ahead and do this. Oh, awful. What's going on? It starts to veer north. But damn it. It starts to veer north. There we go. I closed the map by myself, sorry. Can y'all still see it? Did I close it for everyone? Or just me?
You can still see it.
No, I can still see it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it starts to veer north. But it is getting pretty dark, and the light from the corona of the eclipse kind of like begins to dim, and the sky begins to like purple and eventually grow dark, revealing the stars behind. Oh my god. So this would be kind of where you would end up resting for the day. Though that said, whoever's rolling encounters needs to roll for the second half of the day. Nope, we are still good. The low rolls are
Yeah, just 1-6, 1-6 mafia.
Awesome. Yeah. So this is kind of where you feel like you know you can't be too far behind them because they're on foot. But that said, the trail is pretty fresh, so you haven't caught up with them, but you can't be too far behind them either.
Do we have one more dance move?
No, you went 4 already.
Okay.
Well, I think I'd like to
Oh, I suppose I should.
study on the poison kit this rest.
Oh yeah.
What would I roll for that? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm actually kind of just yeah. If you want to study the poison kit, we'll make that I guess a We can just do int checks when you're trying to kind of like master a new thing. It's like it's more like successes over time. It's not like you'll ever like fail so bad that you can't ever do it. It's just kind of measuring your progress. Yeah. You kind of you know you're going over some of the like the brief but informative sort of materials that come along with the poisoner's kit, like you know how to administer what and like what you really don't want to, you know, like with the warning labels like do not ingest, like don't touch your eyes type stuff. You're kind of like getting very familiar with like what goes where and what needs to be mixed with what and all those things, how to apply kind of like in a general sense some of the more basic materials to a weapon, or how to mix some tinctures, things like that.
Cool.
Cool beans. Nothing much happens this evening. Ginrick seems to be in a bit of a better mood, though he kind of just still has a little bit of kind of like that kind of like wornness to him. He still seems a little distracted, but he seems like energized. And he totally is in support of like finding people here, because like I think the first thing we have to do is get our bearings here, and then we can maybe figure out where my old companions went. You notice that he's kind of now wearing sort of a like a very basic sort of leather working. He probably made it himself, but the trinket that he had taken out of that leather pouch that you found in the ruined church, he's now kind of like wearing it. So yeah, his anxiety has sort of been replaced with a newfound motivation and eagerness. He even like at dinner or whatever, he starts kind of like chatting everybody up and just kind of like telling stories and stuff, and joking kind of in the similar energy to when y'all first met back in Salt Star Port. But yeah, spirits are up.
I asked him to tell us about his old companions.
Oh, well, some of them liked me better than others. He kind of laughs. But really, I mean, we kind of found each other by circumstance. There was a couple of them where kind of there was a priestess of Palor, and a knight from that church. Kind of the reason I got kind of wrapped up in this is they were looking for a way to journey to Sonottia, and I kind of like had some connections in, you know, the academy that owed me some favors, and I thought I could maybe make some money on it. We went on a handful of adventures, eventually kind of like made our way to making the journey across just like this, but we kind of had a falling out. And I decided I wasn't gonna waste my time with it anymore, so I backed up.
Just 2 other people?
No, there were 5 of us. There was kind of a bizarre. He was a powerful sorcerer, but he worshipped some strange cult. I don't typically care about that kind of thing.
But you aren't one to skip important details.
No, you're right. He well, I mean, he has that he asks Thinry, you still have all those trinkets, right?
I do, yeah.
He asks you to pull out that one that was like an unidentified holy symbol.
Okay. Yeah, I grab it out of my bag.
Notes, but says, yeah, that was his that was his holy symbol. He kind of
Is it the bird trumpet?
No, the bird one. I think y'all left that one at the inn, right?
I gathered a hand carved bird trinket, a patch, and a Pelor deity symbol.
Mm-hmm. The patch was like a signet, like a knight's coat of arms. Yeah, the holy symbol. You see it. It's sort of like um a silver colored metal. It's like a ring, and there's a small kind of off the he holds it up. He's like he always wore it on his clothes and stuff like this, and it's sort of like a circle, and there's kind of a semicircle underneath it, 3 rays coming out, and then a single ray coming from the top as well. And he says, "Yeah, this."
Looks like he
He like looks well. Yeah, it does. You do notice that similarity. He hadn't, and it's getting nighttime now, and you can kind of see that like when you kind of like the way that the light sort of catches in the air and refracts and stuff. He's like, "Oh no, you're absolutely right." Huh. And
Religion check, maybe?
yes, you
Yeah.
can.
I think the player might know, but
I think
Well,
Ian might know, and Daryl might know because they've played in my campaigns before. Religion, Matt might know. With skill checks of 20 and 21,
and 2.
Azaram, this is Azaram as a practitioner of a kind of niche, obscure cult, by most people's
I'm not
standards.
a fan of any other ones.
Yeah, you it's like if this is the mainstream where most people are, and like you're over here, this other cult is over here. Like you're just like not in the same neighborhood.
Darn. Who is that?
Yeah. You're different kinds of niche. So it's beyond you, but Matt and Fox, both of you kind of with your what official kind of scholarly knowledge have heard rumors, especially in Starport. There's sort of like local legends and things, just like kind of like word of mouth. There was sort of a kind of odd, mostly harmless, no one ever really paid them any mind, a sort of cult of pilgrims that would occasionally come through Salt Starport to go through up to north to find Sonottia, and they bore this symbol as well.
Were they good aligned or evil aligned?
They never seemed to cause much trouble. They mostly kept to themselves. They didn't even really proselytize.
Okay.
Yeah, they mostly just kept themselves and passed on through. Man, I need file list of notes because I wrote down the name. I'm doing an awful job at recalling them. But yeah, he describes that. He said that they also they had their own druid, but that it was nothing like our Julia over here. More of a typical sort of like, trees and flowers kind of druid.
Wait, was that symbol a symbol of Shar or not?
No, it's not Shar.
Oh,
I don't even know.
wow.
Did I accidentally recreate Shar?
Yes.
I gotta see this.
So the holy symbol of Shar is an eclipse. I don't know if it's exactly what you described, but this is what it looks like.
By the end of this campaign, Corey's going to have recreated Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm gonna accidentally fucking recreate the Forgotten
already,
Realms
like,
lore
it's
from the
already a
ground up.
mix of, like, for me, the Brandon Sanderson books that I'm reading right now. There's a lot of weather parallels that are interesting.
You were telling me I should read them. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just got distracted. I was excited.
No, that's fine. And I'm probably going to pocket this knowledge. Because what is the Pantheon here? It's Faerun, right? So it's Huh, interesting. Nope, it's not Shar. And you even maybe have that recognition. It's like, this kind of looks like a symbol for Shar, but it's not quite right. There's too much going on.
And she has ties to the Underdark, which is why Azoram would be.
Oh, especially on guard for it. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
No, you notice that the emblem itself is sort of silvered, and that the what would be the kind of like moon in the eclipse for this holy symbol is kind of like a diamond, kind of. It's inlaid with a gem, and it's surrounded kind of by this kind of silvery metallic trim that forms rays of light coming out from it, and like a ripple underneath. I feel going crazy because I just reading. Oh, they must. Well, yeah, he'll tell you their names as soon as I find it. Oh, nope, found them. Awesome. Yeah, no. So he tells you, they had a knight. There was a knight and a priest, and they came from the same church to Paylor. There was a mage that he was just describing, and then a druid that kind of they found sort of in the outlands, near the region where y'all were wandering through, and that all of them had sort of like journeyed together for a good while, looking for leads on how to get through to Sonottia, and when they had kind of like done enough favors for Vivarin, that they pulled their knowledge and sort of worked together to devise a way to kind of like attempt to complete a journey to Sonottia based on Vivarin's sort of scholarly expertise and their religious convictions. He kind of describes he says Aaron and Kurt were the priest and the knight, and he said they were kind of like divinely ordained by their church of Paylor to journey north and sort of like try and commune with Paylor at a holy site that's somewhere here in Sonottia, to kind of, well, their sect of Paylor believed that of Paylor worship believed that the sun was so relentless because Paylor was angry or for some reason, but that the I don't know. Well, whatever the deeper kind of religious, esoteric stuff going on there, I was never super privy to it. But basically, they wanted to travel here for like a holy pilgrimage. So they were very determined. I was kind of along for the ride.
Why was the druid along for the ride?
Oh, Jahan. Jahan was I think kind of similar to y'all. I think mostly just looking for I mean anything to do. Had no special direction, but kind of after traveling with us for a while, kind of talking and learning about Sonottia, I think Jahan was sort of interested in sort of like the ecosystem, like the way that the sunstorms sort of affect the ecosystem and the crops and stuff. And Jahan became really invested in the idea that if we could kind of like temper the sun's light and quell it and reduce that sort of like areas of really ravaged natural growth, that can't really function as healthy ecosystems because of overexposure to the sun. He thought that, you know, maybe that their journey, if it worked, if they could somehow appease the wrath of Palor, that maybe that the natural world would also heal by proxy.
Interesting.
And what was their plan to calm Palor down?
Well, he says they said that their religious order kind of instructed them that there's a temple deep in Sonottia where the sun and the moon are both worshipped, and that there's a holy relic there that could perhaps like allow them to commune with Palor and kind of like, you know, just communicate, figure out, you know, how to solve this. He's like that's the kind of stuff that they wouldn't talk super openly about, because it's sort of like a closed order, I guess. But I'm pretty good at reading between the lines. He says, with an air that you can tell that he definitely poked around into secrets and stuff, out of his own curiosity.
Seems very pleased with himself.
Yeah, you get a sense that he is often somewhat pleased with himself when it comes to being a rascal.
Interesting. So whose symbol does he have around his neck?
It seems to be the it was like that small holy symbol of Palor.
So that was Kurt's, or
Well, you can ask him, but you would assume that the knight's crest was probably Kurt's.
What was the name of the other?
The basically a cleric. Her name was Arin.
I ask him if that's Arin's.
He like says he kind of like evasively says yes. It's like, why?
I'm like, did you love her?
No, go to bed. No, he doesn't admit to it, but I mean, you can roll insight. It's a pretty natural inference.
You can roll insight. You mean you don't even need to roll insight?
Yeah.
I don't know. You can clear that there is some sort of relationship he's not disclosing, and you know that seems like a very natural like guess, right? There is an affectation there, or sorry, an affection. Affectation is different. Yeah, you can tell that he definitely has some sort of special affection for Arin, but he doesn't really. He kind of like even just like hand waves it. He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter really. But yeah, this is hers. We all left our little anchoring trinkets there for safekeeping, and yeah.
Well, it sounds like it might be a good start to try and find this temple then, or talk to people and see if anybody knows anything about it.
Yeah, maybe those travelers know about it.
Yeah, he nods.
Do it.
He nods. He's like, that was exactly my hope. Sick. You want to follow up on anything or press him on anything, or are you all sort of content with this? So to I don't remember if I ever said it, but so their names were Kurt, spelled Kerte. He was a knight, Palor. Well, of a sect of Palor. Arin, who was a priestess, who was sent on this pilgrimage, and Kurt was kind of like her attending, like bodyguard type relationship. Gade was a mage, the one who worshipped this strange esoteric religion, and then Jahan was a druid from the Outlands between Saltstar Port and Sonottia. And I can drop that all in a note for you too.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna go check on my beer because if it's almost ready, we should get a little drinking.
He there's like a little faint twinkle in his eye when you bring that up, and he's like, cheers to that.
Yeah, I guess I take a whiff of it. Is it smelling?
You like take a whiff of it. You kind of like take a measure of it. You're sort of new to this whole process in the first place, and Ginrick like kind of creeps up behind and like in that way where he's not sneaking up on you, but he just kind of like he's behind you saying, "Hey, I can help," before you realize like you didn't hear him come up or anything. He's like, let me take a peek at that.
He just wants to drink it.
If you do you
Yeah, I said I let him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he kind of takes a measure of it. He checks the sort of y'all were saying that there's kind of like a literal like growth that you can see and stuff, or like there's like a visual process that you can see undergoing, right, in fermentation.
I mean, we were talking mostly about pressure.
I mean, and the pressure it starts leaking because of the yeast growth. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
There's a valve that lets out pressure, and it looked like it had been doing a lot. So I was like, oh.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
So I guess the thing to do is just to tap some out to see if it's like tasty or not.
Yeah, I mean, Ginrick gets like a tiny little spoonful even, and just kind of like smells it and tastes it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, this tastes like this tastes like it's good. This tastes very dwarven."
Hell yeah. Well, let's drink.
Yeah.
We have to get drunk for. We'll have to have another drinking episode next time.
Yeah.
We just might. Totally. I mean, y'all drink it. It tastes great for a freshman effort, he says, of the brew.
Sweet. Should I start like rolling to like learn how to use brewer's tools?
Yeah, what I was saying to
Henry?
Yes, to Thinry, was that we can kind of like develop a sort of extended check to kind of like mark your progress, and then I'll just keep track of that, and then whenever it's like appropriate, you can just add the proficiency.
So what do I roll? And should I have rolled like once before already?
Yeah, sure. You can just roll and check, same as Thinry, and then I'll just assume I just a baseline of progress.
Oof.
Because of the strange circumstances, kind of the specific process this time, crossing the boundary and it just like kind of like skipping right to the end, you find it hard to know what you did right and what you did wrong.
Yeah.
But you do kind of have a sense that like, well, at least I know what it's like when I get it right, because it's like, yeah.
Should I have rolled the first time I got this ready, like with the dwarves?
No, it's cool. Like I said, I can just assume a baseline of progress that you've already kind of met.
Okay.
Just keep,
that's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Awesome.
Yeah, Al is
Are
ready. Al, the farmhouse ale.
Are we going to sleep? Or are we waking up?
Yeah, I mean, I had assumed that this was just kind of all like late night kind
I just
of
didn't
campfire
remember what
talk.
time. I just didn't remember when this was.
Totally. Yeah,
If it's nighttime, I just I roll out my bedroll or whatever and just go to sleep. Azaram doesn't really partake in the prodding into Ginrick's
Ginrick's.
path.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of lingers there, enjoys the the sound of Julia working. Just kind of the little monotonous of it.
Mm-hmm. The rhythm and the pace and stuff. Yeah, totally. You all he divulges kind of like not he doesn't like give you an autobiography, but he tells you kind of like the history. He tells you about his companions and sort of what they were like, and you know, uh, why they ended up kind of on the journey, and he sort of kind of gets a little like he kind of brushes over the details of their falling out. But
Can I try and persuade him to tell us?
sure, if you want to.
I ask if it was the sorcerer that he had friction with.
He said, I honestly didn't get along with the knight either. But
Or the priest.
or the druid. No. Yeah, he does say that, you know, the mage was just a little, I don't know. He was so Gade was so driven, but you know, I don't know. It was like Aaron and Kurtz had their own whole divine sort of like mission or whatever. He kind of is dismissive in describing it. But it was odd. I just didn't. I don't know. I never really fully trusted that guy, Gade. And I didn't really think that the trip would be a success, and I thought it was a stupid reason to die, and uh yeah. And me and the paladin, me and Kurt kind of had a had a bit of a disagreement, and I packed up my stuff and I left. He kind of says finally.
I sense a love triangle.
Yeah.
He's like, that doesn't matter. What matters is that I think I they win anyway, and I feel like I might have killed them by not going with them. I can't. So
How long ago was that? Was this?
a long time. Like he says, it was probably like 10 years.
Dang.
Yeah. Sorry to be a bummer, but I have to know one way or another, and if there's a way that I can get them home, then that's what I want.
Well, better late than never, am I right?
Yeah, a decade. I'm sure they're fine.
Well, trust me, I tried sooner, but eclipses don't happen all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell like all of your skepticism about how feasible it is that they are okay. These are things that he is absolutely aware of, and that he's kind of told himself. Who knows how many
And
times?
I will call out from my palate, not to mention the weird advances in time we're perceiving. Also, quiet down. I'm trying to sleep.
Uh, uh, yeah. You can tell that Genrick appreciates Azaram's sort of like I don't know.
Does he have one of those profound realization moments at words that I say?
No, not this time. He just appreciates the way that you cut the tension somehow
Also, quiet your ass up.
with your grumpiness. Exactly. The levity that you bring to the conversation somehow is something that he finds endearing, I guess. Says, well, yeah, that's why we're here, and that's why I think we should wake up early and find these guys in the morning.
Let's do it.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Good stuff.
Who's got first watch?
I do 2d10, right?
No, just a perception check.
Just perception, okay.
Yep.
Y'all, okay, hold on 1 second. I'm
The
done.
idea
This
there's
dog.
always a threat. It's just a matter if you see it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think I prefer the DM doing the encounter rolls. I'd rather like not know if we didn't get an encounter. You know what I mean?
Totally. I mean, and especially if that can streamline it. It's up to
Or else
y'all.
it would streamline it, and also with this, there's absolutely zero like suspense in any way. You know what I mean?
I see.
Yeah, the only thing we
Like
got
check for
going
counter.
for
Nope, no encounter. La da 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 da.
the only
I
I hear
only,
that.
like up and downside of doing it here is just the like hilarity of rolling a 1 or a 20 or a 10 or whatever, but that's not that big of a boon.
I hear that. Once we're done tonight,
But just
we can talk. About kind of we'd already started to, but we can kind of iron out what we think a good flow would be, and then also I have some questions about how we can integrate the kind of the tracks that have been made for us.
I do agree
and all
with
stuff.
the stealth, or not stealth, the perception at night checks.
Totally. And
Also,
I
like,
think there's even a button for me to be able to do it. I will say. Say. Did y'all see that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Very
shadows.
cool. Okay. Yeah. Henry, your first
Didn't
watch.
see that, but it did.
First watch comes and goes. With and I can even set the DC. Wow. First watch comes and goes. Nothing particularly exciting happens. Throughout second watch, Matt, you kind of like after yesterday night, you kind of like have a you kind of have like a determination, like you're like on the lookout for the
Yes.
yeah, for whatever it was the previous night. And you swear you see like what Julia described, and Julia, you see it too. Fox, you don't but you see it, you pointed out to Julia, he's like, is this what you saw? You see kind of in the distance, just in the darkness, kind of peeking up and out of the grass, there's sort of like a faint light green, occasionally yellow sort of glimmer, a soft light that kind of flickers in and out, and sometimes for a great deal of time disappears. But instead of getting really close like yesterday, it kind of just, you catch it every once in a while lingering kind of in the distance.
How much of a distance? Like 100 feet?
Yeah, in the realm of 100 feet.
A
hard
little
hard to
sus.
judge in the darkness, but yeah.
You guys,
It whatever it was is it's staying away further than yesterday.
should we sneak up on it?
It's during middle watch.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm awake. Yes, I'm fucking tired of seeing that thing. Let's go kill it.
Let's do it.
Okay. You all three I guess you can roll stealth checks, or how do you want to try and go after it?
We need not bother the others with this. We will take care of it.
Maybe it's not hostile since it didn't attack us last time.
Maybe it's ultra hostile,
Yeah.
and you do need us.
I'm not good at sneaking.
Oh my gosh, Fox, Azaram, and Matt. You'll find it
I don't
hard to
even
do
know if
much
I'm
worse.
I don't know if I'm trying to sneak up on it, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
I mean,
it's
yeah,
already
no.
comedy. Let's see if
Oh
we can.
my
let's-
god.
Let's see.
You're definitely not sneaking up on it, even if you think you are. Jesus.
Wow.
Do we wake up?
You
the
all
rest
do
of
like a
the-
Three
It
Stooges
could
bit.
be louder as we tumble down the hill.
Ju-
I want to kill this thing.
Julia wakes up from people sneaking.
You hear just raucous clanging, just like
You hear
like
metal
Matt.
coming from me, and I don't wear armor.
You
You're out-
somehow stepped over the pots and pans and it got stuck to your foot and just dragging the kitchen set.
But yeah, between that and Julia waking up, Henry also wakes up. It's like, oh, what the fuck?
So Matt, you start you point to both of them. You shush them, and then you start kind of like trying to sneak through the grass. But you sound like just the world's largest pocket full of change. Like extremely audibly, and Fox is like right behind you and can't help but just laugh. At like the physical comedy, and then Azaram is just like, what's funny, like in a totally normal speaking voice.
Mushrooms get us high, and it just took a while for it to like seep into us.
And then as you tried to approach this thing, you see that the kind of like the light, the faint glimmer, the kind of greenish glimmer, it kind of turns from greenish more to a yellow, and it sort of again kind of like flickers in and out, and it's kind of skitters away into the night one more time. But Azaram, go ahead and roll me a perception.
I don't. Okay, that's okay.
In spite of yourself, you sense like a passing thought, like not an intrusive thought exactly, but similar in that it felt like it kind of arose from nowhere and then disappeared into nowhere, of just the tiniest bit of like panic.
Like an empath.
Like you're an empath.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that kind of sense.
I say that.
But yeah, so it goes as quickly as it arrives, and you aren't sure. You're like, I'm not scared of this.
I also
And
have
yet,
advantage against charmed and frightened conditions.
yeah, you do. And your knowledge of your resiliency to those things makes it even more curious.
That's it. for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Finray just like stands up. She sees that shit. She goes back to bed.
Yeah,
Everyone makes the most noise, and Thinnery just like looks out the tent and is like, okay, close it.
All right.
I just think they're chasing a firefly, and I'm like, oh, that's cute.
All right, let's go.
Aw.
Wait, perhaps one of us should remain here since keep watch over the other two while they sleep. Three.
Mm.
Mm.
Do either of you want to continue pursuing this, or are you kind of?
Shall we draw straws?
Kind dog. Kind dog. Oh. Stinky.
Corey, I kind of want to go out to where it was,
Uh-huh.
and use my divine sense and see if it was a celestial or fiend or undead.
You nice. Okay, yeah. You go out, and how far does that sense reach?
60 feet.
Okay. You don't detect the presence of any divine, I was gonna say profane, fiendish, or undead, entities, or even kind of like residual feel that at all.
Okay. Okay, I head back to camp.
Somehow quieter than when you were trying to be sneaky.
And by the time you get back, I've gathered 3 straws with different lengths. All right, I think one.
I take one.
Then I take one. I'm like, oh, I have 2.
Each of you pick a number between 1 and 3. They all have to be different.
2.
3.
Okay.
Fox gets 1. Haha.
By process of elimination, even if he doesn't pick it up, it's the one that was. Who got 1? Fox, yeah, you drew the short straw.
Haha, you have to stay in camp while we go check it out. Let's go check it out. To see that you've already come back to check it out.
Yeah. Like, okay. All right.
You're like, cool.
Did you already kill it?
I did not farm it.
Oh. Well, perhaps Minnie in unison can accomplish more than Minnie alone. Let's go have another look.
Yes.
Let's go. I want to go out a little bit further and try and maybe track the thing.
Sure. You pick one of you to roll an investigation check at advantage.
I have a
I'm not going
+3 in investigation.
I assist you.
Okay. Advantage. Nice.
Nice.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yes.
So with this investigation check, you again find evidence of sort of like, this time now that you know what you're looking for and you're kind of like more proactive in noticing it than yesterday, you kind of find sort of that strange sort of residue. This time you find it soon enough to see that it kind of like has a quickly fading but a sort of like luminescent quality to it. It kind of, it glows, and when you put your fingers to it, it sort of has like a, like when Matt kind of like ingested it a little bit, it kind of does like have like a strange tingling, kind of like, it doesn't hurt, it's not that uncomfortable, but you can tell that it's just this like
pop rock?
like milder even than pop rocks. I like somewhere between kind of like like
Soda?
too many saltines and pop rocks, or whatever, like just that kind of like just barely uncomfortable
Rice
sensation.
Krispie treats.
Sure, yes. It feels like Rice Krispie treats taste. like in that like kind of like tingling sort of like
On my feet?
statically, yeah, and anywhere you touch, it has like that kind of like somewhat like a poppying, like, but that's like too strong a word. I need to find a good word for this. But yeah, it kind of just has that sort of tingling sensation that's like just barely not irritating. You know, it's just like if it
Like
were
a really
even a
high
little
frequency
worse.
vibration.
Yeah, if it were a little more intense, it would be uncomfortable, but it's not.
What the hell is this?
And then that sensation slowly fades with the kind of like luminescent quality to it as well.
And this is a substance?
Mm-hmm. That it seems to be whatever this is you're chasing seems to be behind.
I will let me just double check that I have mm, I'm gonna scrape some of it up onto a dagger
Mm-hmm.
and I'll just wrap that.
Try and
Wow.
preserve it and investigate it.
Yeah, I don't have any vials or anything, but maybe Julia might be able to have a better look at it than I can. He's much better with
Yeah,
this.
I have vials in my my herbalism kit.
Yeah, I see him do things with liquids and vials, and maybe he knows what the shit this thing is leaving behind is.
This man. I've got the dagger.
Well, Matt, should we continue?
Julia's got the vial.
Thing? Or should we head back? What do you think? I would like to pursue it further.
It's getting pretty late. You feel as though you won't like take a level of exhaustion, but
is it nearing the end of our watch?
yeah, you have some time left in your watch. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I'd like to be back by the end of our watch.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
spend as much time as I can going out, as long as Matt is willing to as well.
Whatever it is, it seems to be faster than us.
It's just well,
and invisible.
just hiding. You guys are just bad at this.
Said the voice in our heads. Said our anxieties and self-doubt.
You abysmally failed a stealth check. It freaked out and ran away.
Yeah, we'll go back.
I mean, you could, yeah, like I said, with the perception checks and stuff in the investigation, you can tell that you're nearer to it than you were in your attempt yesterday. So like you do think that it's somewhere around still. You just you haven't found it.
One more try then. I assist you.
We'll keep searching just a tad longer.
One last time.
I'll even go so far as to pull out some rations and kind of wave them about in front of me. For what it's worth.
Interesting.
Yes.
Waving it around like
material
sage.
Creature, sate your hunger like you always must.
You do this for a minute and you hear a distant kind of rustle. When you look to find it, though it's not coming any closer. You don't catch it. Kind of trying to sneak up to get the rations. You just noticed something. Matt, is there anything you're doing?
What do I notice?
Just like the present, like the motion of something in the near distance. Like,
it is invisible?
No.
How near?
It's just dark out, and you don't see where it's hiding.
Okay.
Yeah.
15 feet near?
No.
Well, what if I
less than 100? It's within your
What
dark
if I-
vision range, but
What if I cast light on the ration and then toss it in that direction?
you certainly can.
I do.
Is there anything you want to do to contribute to this, Matt? It sounded like you were about to say something.
I'm still thinking.
Yeah, totally. I mean,
already in it.
Nice.
In case it's dangerous. If it's not dangerous, I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay, so you ready, Annette? You toss a ration with a light on. Roll me just a d20. It's not even an attack roll. Might as well roll percentile, but it works. Oh my god,
Nice.
that's incredible. You
Oh.
notice it. You get a sense for it. It's one of those things where like your brain makes the calculation better than you could have tried to do it. You just like toss it in the place, and you
Brain
hear
control.
it like land in a brush, and you hear a scuttle, and you see kind of that soft green glow. It's close enough now that you notice that it's one significantly bigger than a firefly. It's uh probably the size of like a melon or something. But the kind of like the point of light the is kind of like in whatever it is its core, and it kind of like that's where it's most intense, and it kind of fades throughout the kind of silhouette image that you get of this strange shape, because it doesn't really even seem much like an animal for the brief instance that you get a look at it, because as the light kind of hits it, you see this strange sort of like odd soft disc, um and like a flurry of sort of like tendrils uh flash from green to yellow, and sort of like go through these like odd sort of blends of color kind of in the cooler green range, and just scurry away. And again, you get that kind of intrusive sense of emotive panic in your brain. This time, Matt, you do as well.
Did it take the food?
It didn't.
So, are we afraid, or do we think it's afraid?
Roll insight
I,
on yourself.
I say aloud, it's afraid.
I think I know what this is, and I'm excited.
Me too. I think I just had. We think we realized at the same time.
I was gonna call it earlier because I know this is one of Corey's favorite things, but like, my first thought was will-o-wisp, but I don't think that anymore, and it was a thing. But
No,
I didn't want to.
it's not what you think a will-o-wisp is. And Matt, you do not think you're afraid. you think that whatever it was.
Doubted,
is
I doubted myself. I
Psych
doubted
yourself.
myself for a second.
I will call out in uh, each of the languages I know, working down the line. First in common, hello, and then in celestial, we mean you no harm. And then in deep speech, uh, come on out, it's okay. And then in Gith, all right, no, really, come out, or I will kill you.
um.
You can't. The language doesn't really allow for subtlety.
Do you say that too?
No.
Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. It's just not the most subtle language. No. When you speak in deep speech, and you do get another kind of brief glimmer of that panic, but also as it's fading and getting more distant, and you can see it scurry away, but you kind of also kind of both feel this lingering, in the same way that you felt that panic, kind of like a lingering sense of curiosity.
Like it flinches and looks over its shoulder, and our eyes connect, and then it keeps running, but in a metaphorical sense.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell that it registered something about you speaking. Like it wasn't fruitless. It just didn't get it to come back.
Well, we best not go any further, lest we'll be late for third shift.
Yes, let's return.
We'll come back to camp.
Matt, you really want to toss a net onto this thing?
He's shaking. Yes, we'll.
He's petting his net. Soon. You arrive in time for third watch, and Julia takes over.
I will describe to Julia. I'll stay up just for a few minutes, show Julia the knife with the goop, and describe exactly like what I saw to them.
I get really like I'm really into this goop.
And
I'm
I
into the
describe
slime.
You're into
describe the
slimes
empathic
and
feelings.
spores.
I describe the empathic feelings as well.
Oh, cool. You like, it spoke to you. And you're
It was. Mm,
It made me doubt
That's the feeling.
myself.
it
That's
was
I'm sorry.
similar to things that I have been cultivated to kill.
Okay. What does that mean?
I don't
mean,
like
I-
when I don't like when things project themselves into my mind. Also, it seemed to recognize a specific language.
Interesting. Which language?
Deep speech, or
Oh,
as they call it here.
so it is an aberration.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll keep my eyes peeled. And I put that goop in one of my vials. And I guess I'll take a closer look at it. I don't know what I could do with an herbalism kit. Just see what sort of things react with it, I guess. Do some.
Imagine that you scoop the goop into the
Like that.
vial, like how you put like extra peanut butter that you don't need back. Like just yeah, and you cork it, and it kind of is just it's not even super duper viscous. It kind of like runs along the edge of the vial and pools it into the bottom, and it kind of like for a good hour and then nothing. It kind of has a little bit of a phosphorescent quality to it. Not phosphorescent, luminescent, I guess both of them. But yeah, it just has a kind of a dim light. And it sort of doesn't. Yeah, I mean, you can. Do you want to try and kind of like add stuff like you were just describing, or?
According
Yeah,
to
I
my
guess
character,
so.
Falls asleep.
Okay, Matt's like, I'm done with
If it
this
isn't, if it
no
isn't
net
that,
shit.
then I already did a nature check and knew it wasn't of nature, so I don't know
Mhm.
what other sort of knowledge I could really bust out because I'm not really trained in any other ones. So I might as well do some sort of herbalism, like arcane check, related check.
Mhm.
So I guess I'll roll.
Just tell me what you're looking for, and I'll find whatever.
I guess to see if it like reacts with any sort of agent is the word I'm looking for. Like, is it
Like a reagent.
is it gonna freak out if I put salt in there? Is it gonna like,
Mhm.
is it like gonna dissolve? Like, I don't know. I just try it different things to see
Mhm.
if it has like a negative or a positive effect.
Sure. This could just be an intelligence roll if you don't have any
Yeah,
knowledge skills.
I mean, it's basically me rolling an Arcana check, which is this same thing. And I nailed this. Apparently, I roll vanilla intelligence checks better than my skills. 19.
It has it's in a small quantity, so it's hard to detect, but especially because you've touched it with your fingers, and on your bare skin and stuff. All of you at this point, I think. You notice that it definitely kind of behaves as a acidic substance. It reacts as acids would to kind of like the stuff that you're dropping in. So it's obviously clearly not a simple or mundane acid. It has some other kind of strange properties to it, given that it stuff. But it does appear to be mildly acidic.
But slimes don't really. I don't know. Would I know that slimes can't really be intelligent like that?
Slimes are natural, yeah. I would say you could know that.
Yeah, so it's not a regular slime. Weird. I might just show it to Thenry tomorrow to see if they could figure something out.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I just take watch and see if I notice it.
Cool.
Does the little test tube or this little vial I have like glow with the stuff in it?
For a little while, it slowly gets dimmer and dimmer, kind of like a glow stick that's running out of juice.
Okay, but yeah, I'll just stare into the darkness.
You're on high alert throughout the night. You do not see any evidence of the visitor for the rest of the evening.
Sick.
Cool beans. In the morning, when the morning comes, there is Ginner gets up early, as he is known to do when he is feeling determined and anxious, and he starts packing up his stuff, and getting camp ready to follow the trail north a little bit. Anybody else have anything special they want to do this morning?
No, but I think at some point down the road, I'm gonna try and make a potion or some sort of alchemical thing out of this slime with my realism kit.
Yeah, I also Thenry also welcomes you to study the poisoner's kit as well.
Oh yeah, I show you the slime by the way in the morning. I'm like, hey, check this out.
Yeah. What do you think about this goop?
What's the scoop on the goop?
Hey, check this out.
It's literally just like old times. You come visit me in the sewer, and I'd be like, hey, check this out, and it's just like slime.
I love it. I'm so excited. I say that we should work with the poisoner kit together and see if we can do anything with it since it has acidic properties.
Oh, that's a good point. Let's do that.
Maybe we could like concentrate it down into some sort of, I don't know, weapon salve or something that could corrode.
I like where
You
this
would need
is
some
going.
high concentrations of it, but acids are acids, and if you stab somebody with them, they're probably not good for you. So you think that you might be onto something?
We know this little creature is very curious about us. Fenry expects it to be their next rest.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep getting more and more slime.
Yeah, just like scrape it off of every leaf as we keep walking.
But yeah, that's it for me this morning.
Good thing. All right. So once everybody's ready, unless there's something in general, I'm just gonna start being like, yeah, you guys are up and ready to travel in the morning, and then if there's something you want to do before you go, like that'll just be your window to do so. But otherwise, I'm gonna assume you're all good to go and start your trek.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Then Ria, you take the reins of Babbit and Dango and
Babo.
Babbo.
Bro, and dang it.
Okay, and we're still heading east, I believe.
The trail was bending north.
That's
Their
right.
name, their names are in the notes, you guys.
Oh, so hold on. The as you're traveling. Gosh. Okay, cool. You start to kind of enter into a first of all, let me have you make a survival check to continue following the tracks of the
Nice.
Sick. That's like my fifth one tonight.
You're rolling at advantage. You need to roll again
Am
and
I?
take the higher one. Yeah, because it's your favorite terrain.
Okay, well I just rolled a 20, so I can't go any higher.
Yeah, I know. I just want you to do it. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I don't care. I have to know that y'all can roll low, for my own satisfaction. You follow you follow the trail kind of into you enter sort of like a more the grass isn't as full. It's like patchier and a little bit craggier. The soil's a little bit uh coarser and rougher, and you kind of enter into a part of the landscape where there's like these jagged, sort of craggy outcroppings out of the ground. Um, in various spots, just kind of like stone jutting up from the earth. Into the northeast, you start to even see kind of like where this sort of craggier terrain becomes more and more pervasive and becomes kind of like hills. But what you also can everybody roll perception checks for me? Um, Finry especially, and a couple of others of you as well. Uh, you notice that this stone is particularly kind of like it's kind of like a not obsidian. It reminds you of the Waystones in that it's like a very dark, smooth kind of stone. Um, it's not polished to faces like the Waystones were. It's still very much kind of like natural rock formations, but you can kind of tell that it's like unworked stone that the Waystones are made of. That said, um, as you're traveling kind of through the trail, following the trail through this, you notice that the trail itself has sort of like thinned out and dispersed. You also just kind of you notice in that way that the kind of how Sonottia has this stillness to it, that stillness feels disturbed here. And as you're thinking this, all five of you kind of feel this distant but intense kind of wave of panic wash over you, and Finry, man, you're the only one who sees this at first, but you see out of the corner of your eye, you see this flask hurl over one of the stones and sail in an arc in the air. Directly, it lands on the canvas uh, of the wagon that you all travel in, and it bursts into flames. And then you hear someone blow a horn from behind this rock, and you sense motion all around you as you are all attacked by a group of bandits in this outcropping, and we can pick up the encounter next time.
Oh, the first people we meet out here are bandits.
Bandits. They appear to be bandits. But they're all kind of they're well, you don't really catch a good glimpse of them yet because of where we're cutting off. But they're a motley crew. It doesn't appear to be kind of like a literal kind of like roaming bandit sort of situation.
Come across a group of vagrants, vagabonds, ne'er-do-wells, ruffians, rapscallions, highwaymen.
Tossing Molotovs.
Beggars.
And that's where we're into the night, because I know Henry has to go, but it's kind of late-ish. But
Well, I mean,
Yes.
I could play for hours, but I know we're not all there right now. No, totally. Yeah, we can just start off next time. Pick up on this cliffhanger. We all feel good about that?
yes.
Yes.
Awesome.
Like
Well,
starting the next session off with the foit.
a foit. Well, hopefully, this was fun if you guys are watching. see you next week. We'll be on time next week because I won't have weekend shift, and it'll be great. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night.
Bye.
Whew. Bandits, always bandits.
Yeah, every arc's gonna have to start with a bandit encounter, apparently.
Hmm.
Bandits. No, that every arc is gonna start with like bandits.
This is actually like my thesis on banditry, and highwaymen, and kind of like. No, it's not. It's just you followed the bandit lead, I guess. I don't even want to say bandit. I fall back on the word bandit because it's literally a creature name in the fucking DMG.
There's a lot of words. Goons.
Use thug.
Highway.
Oh, I guess maybe my mom was watching. Weird.
Your mom?
Well, unless a random user on Twitch named Mommy CJ happened to find our stream here. No, yeah, I just closed it all out and was looking at the chat, and so Mommy CJ says hi. Like,
Oh, yeah, that's it.
No, yeah. Oh man, I liked the how y'all are tracking this weird thing.
Whatever it is.
You say. No, yeah, I mean, I basically already showed y'all because I drew a picture of one, but yeah, I've been stoked. I like these things. Oh my gosh.
So it is apparently in the year 2020, not as super simple thing just to take like an audio file and have it play in Discord. Like one, to upload it to YouTube, I need to apply it to a video, which
that's so irritating. Yeah.
either a video editing software or some sort of encoder from GitHub that I just don't feel like doing right now.
Yeah, I was finding that kind of stuff, and I was like, I'm sure there's a simpler way to do this, but I'm not savvy enough to figure it out before we start.
And I know I could like another thing we could do is just I could set up a third account on my laptop and run voice meter through it and just have it type audio from that laptop into the voice.
Oh, I see. So that it can be in its own.
It would just be like another groovy that I'm completely controlling the output of with digital audio cables.
You may have a lot you can tell me about how we should set this up, since you're already a sound guy, savvy. But yeah, I was gonna ask you kind of like, so we've been working, well, Brandon mostly, but working on kind of like loops for like when we're exploring the wilderness or when we're in a certain area, just kind of like.
Is that any of these files that were in the thing?
Yeah, one of them is I think one of them, outdoor exploration or something might be the title. That's like a shortened version of the one he's working on. I think the full version he's aiming to be around 10 minutes with kind of like 3 distinct sections that we can individually loop. But what I was about to put forward was if any of you would be interested or have ideas for how to kind of like DJ or whatever, because we're already kind of like loading tracks up to play,
honestly,
but I don't know how the best or most efficient way to manage that would be from my end.
So there's Sirenscape.
Have
you heard of that before?
I haven't.
It's a program that is pretty much exactly like what you would want from that, except that I don't think you could put your own custom sounds in. But it's a soundboard, and they have this online app that everyone could get on their phone or their computer, and it's like a soundboard with all these different sound effects or battle music or looping music in the background that everybody can like be synced up and listening to. I just don't think you're able to put your own custom stuff into it. But it's pretty decent. I've used it before. I've just found it's uh
I'm gonna go find it right now.
we like the first thing that when you mentioned that is none of us should have to focus on that.
Yeah, that's my
Not even like
problem.
not even the DM. I found it too distracting for me. Like
Mm-hmm.
honestly, what I found, I would just like set it and forget it, and I wouldn't even
Mm-hmm.
use all of like the sound effects and stuff because I was too focused doing 15 fucking other things. And like
Yeah,
the only times I've seen it implemented well was on a live stage for like the PAX games, and they had the guy who
like a
made the
dedicated
program
sound.
sitting off to the side of the stage running the soundboard program. So like
Yeah.
we could like get someone in here to just be the soundboard. That'd be great.
The funny thing is that that might even be possible. I'll have to reach out. I'll see. I think Brandon's too busy, but Paul's also working on some music stuff, and he's offered to um like help mix or whatever. Because if we make like a podcast or whatever, one thing we can absolutely do is just literally take those tracks and apply them to the
And
part like
clean
in
up the
post.
audio
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and like edit it into like quick coherent scenes and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that.
And I would just really like for me playing for me the music stuff live is mostly for y'all. Like I really like what they're coming up with. So I think that it really sets a specific interesting mood.
I just don't want there to be too many distractions. And
Exactly. I
I
want to
already feel there are like this
a
is just
few.
me personally.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of what we do, or like a lot of it, like I use like Roll20 and stuff for map
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that, but I don't ever go as detailed into it as you are
Mm-hmm.
with all of this because I find personally, like as a DM, it slows me down away
Yeah.
from the stuff that I find important, which is adventuring, role playing, and combat.
Yeah. I
I'm gonna go ahead
definitely.
and log off.
Oh, okay.
It
Oh,
was
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
Ariel.
Right.
Peace, T Hearn.
Bye.
No.
I definitely hear like what you're saying with all that stuff too, because this is a sort of like an experimental thing for me.
Mm. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
kind of like
100%.
learning as we go what I want to take and what I want to leave. I do find that like having a map and knowing where things are and like letting that sort of like be a resource for me is something that I want to use, but I can tell that I'm like using it clumsily so far. You know, I feel like I'm like presenting it in a way that it makes it take more time than what I'm intending to. So that and that's on me. I just need to clean that up and speed it up. Uh,
Good
but
night, everybody.
that said, yeah.
Night.
Night, y'all.
Good night.
Um,
I'm
but
gonna
yeah,
off too.
that said,
Yeah.
oh,
All right,
peace.
I'm I can hang out.
I have nothing to do. Well, actually, that's a little bit of a lie. I'm supposed to go meet Steven here, but he's at work until
I'm so
late.
jealous.
Yeah, you should. I mean, I don't know when you'd be available to, but you should totally come up.
Yeah, I mean, so I've been running sound Fridays and Saturdays because our venue has been opening and
Uh-huh.
doing shows, and they're just now starting to do Wednesdays and Thursdays also. And I'm the only sound guy that they have right now.
So you're
So
like the guy.
I've been working like full time with that, which is like kind of like my dream gig. Really
Mm-hmm.
awesome. But it would be nice to have somebody to bounce days off of that I want to take off or whatever. So I
Mm-hmm.
told that to the owner, and we have this School of Rock event that we partner with sometimes, and he
Mm-hmm.
said he was going to reach out to that network and see if there's anybody who might be able to come in. But I'm definitely not trying like I don't want to have to split days down the middle with anyone. You know what I mean? I want to be the guy
Yeah,
and
you
then
want
have somebody. But that's a lot to ask. You know
yeah,
what I
you want
mean?
that
Like,
gig. Hey, if you
yeah.
can, it said it's
I
a
mean,
dream
it's a
gig.
lot to ask of that other person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To like be available and like that's why I
Mm-hmm.
told him like I'll even take a youngin and I'll teach him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you'll give some here to take some there, type
Yeah.
of thing.
But so yeah, like pretty much my weekends are like until I have somebody else to bounce off of pretty solidly like that. I had started working with my corporate AV gig also. They started getting gigs and events.
Mm-hmm.
But they are paying me the exact same I'm getting paid to run sound at the venue, which is closer to me. Like the venue's in Richardson and I'm in Rowlett, so it's like a 20-minute drive to get there. But to get to the warehouse for my corporate AV gig is out in East Dallas, Irving. So it's either 30 minutes or an hour if it's traffic time. And then it's just a much more manual labor gig, like moving road cases, loading up trucks, unloading them,
Mm-hmm.
put them into hotels, setting up trusts, and all kinds of stuff. And I enjoy it. I enjoy everyone I work with, but like I'd enjoy it a lot more and would be there more if I got paid better. But I'm a contractor for them, so
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I worked a handful of gigs over the past few weeks, and then Six Springs told me, "All right, we're open Wednesdays and Thursdays." I'm like, "All right." I take Sundays and Mondays off for my weekend for D&D pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And then right now I'm taking Tuesdays off for the same reason. Um, because that's the only day that works for that campaign that we've been going for a little while.
Yeah, you're like
And
it's like deep commitment.
so that means Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm at Six Springs. So I called Beyond the AV company. I was like, "Oh, hey Justin, just letting you know, work's picking up at the other place. Go ahead and take me off the call sheet for right now." It's like, "Oh,
Mm-hmm.
no biggie. I'll take you off the gig. I had you on next week." I'm like, "Cool. I'll keep in touch."
Cool, neat.
And that's
You have my
the
number.
life of a contractor. And like they
Yeah.
know me, they're cool. If I ever have a day off where I need to work, I could probably call him like a couple days in advance, be like, "Hey, y'all got any gigs this day? If you need another hand, let me know,"
Mm-hmm.
and I can go there and make some money. So that's the nice part. And that's kind of the life of the sound guy. Is you're fucking you're gigging. You're taking the best
Yeah.
opportunity when you can.
Yeah, you're literally the sound guy for other people whose careers are gigging.
Well,
So
no,
you're
I mean, I'm the sound guy for a venue,
mm-hmm.
and so like if I can like stay on this for a little while, if they do well, I can start asking, for them to pay me more, and then like the longer I keep at it, the better I get at it, and then that's like only I'll be able to actually go to other bigger venues and be like, hey, I actually have the 3+ year experience working for a mid-sized venue.
Yeah, like I've literally actually been doing it.
I can at least come in and be A2 and learn how to work y'all's system and shit.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Well, I mean, yeah, I like I'm so interested in sound design stuff, but like there's something about it that like my ADD brain, whenever I just sit in front of like an EQ board or whatever, my entire attention span just evaporates, and I get so frustrated by it because I want to understand it so bad, but something about the interfaces themselves, like yes, exactly, literally, I'm just like the sensory overload or something is immediately just like I have no idea what I'm looking
First
at.
of all, imagine there's only one column. Imagine there's a single column. Like there's just one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the rest of these don't exist because they're the exact same thing as this.
Yeah.
So,
It's so
gain,
many. It's
EQ,
still so many.
effect, aux sends, and then your volume.
I think
Yeah,
also a big thing too is that like I don't have a good framework for like knowing like what good EQing is. Like I know generally you're like trying to like carve out kind of like a sonic space for each different channel so that they all kind of like come through without being too
I'm still
loud
learning a
and
lot of
stuff.
that
Yeah.
stuff too. But like,
But that's when
honestly,
I like think about what
when
all
you're
the
working,
little knobs and shit. I'm just like, oh, how do I do it? I know it's a mental block. It's just it's there.
uh huh.
Um that said, I need to
Steven,
get over it because I need to start fucking with keyboard stuff and start helping with this music shit whenever I get the chance because I have a lot of the software now.
mm-hmm.
I just need to start doing it.
Steven's bartending tonight.
Yeah, he's bartending.
Okay.
He said he made a lot of money like 2 days ago. So, but he's
Yeah.
also like literally no one gives a shit about COVID anymore, and everyone's just like out there being fucking crazy, and it's like that's
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. It's a little bit of that at my venue also. Like like they're open against TABC regulations right now to
Mhm.
keep themselves open. But they've got their tables spaced apart. They asked that everyone remain seated at their table and wear a mask if you're moving around. If you're sitting down, you can take your mask off. But we're still a predominantly white blues rock and roll bar. Not
Yeah.
because that's where it sells. That's where we are. It's
Mhm.
just it's easy to book. Also, there's a lot of these kinds of bands. Not, but I wouldn't call it a problematic venue. It just attracts problematic people.
Exactly. It's just the nature of being in the fucking South.
Like you saw my tweet.
Mhm. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, yeah. I love my job. I hate the people that I see at my job. It's like,
Yeah, fucking. They could be making "I Can't Breathe" shirts for a whole other reason. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
oh, who? Yeah, you first person who's thought about that.
Yeah.
Shut up. It's not the same. Yeah, it's tough. Well, so
Have you?
oh well, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, have you played a lot of Disco Elysium?
Oh, I finished it. That game
Yeah.
was yeah.
Does it
Please
ever
finish it. You're probably
feel
closer to
like
finishing it than you realize you were.
that's what I honestly thought. Like I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't sure if if it was a big ass game and I was perpetually in the prologue of it. It's
No,
kind of what it felt like the whole time.
it one it's one of my favorite games I've ever played already. Like it hit me on so many emotional registers without even trying. It felt like I was just like constantly. There was a couple days I was telling Steven, there were a couple cutscenes kind of early on. I was like, dude, this is literally hitting too close to fucking home. I need to take a break from this game. Like it was just like too good, but in a way that was like legitimate. I mean, that game is kind of dark. Like it's dealing with
Yeah.
really tough emotions and stuff. But there's especially kind of a handful of scenes kind of both in the beginning and the end. I don't feel like the middle dragged, but I feel like the middle felt like what you were describing. It's like, am I just in the am I about to break into the end or whatever? It's like it's interesting because it's a detective mystery sort of situation. So some of
But
the pace just depends
yeah,
on what you get to.
you constantly feel like you're about to tip over the edge, but that's just
Mm-hmm.
kind of a
Mm-hmm.
feeling of the game.
But yeah, exactly. So it's just like you don't know how long it's gonna be. When the game was about to be over, well, for one thing, it was really good about kind of like conveying the fact that you were approaching a finality.
Uh-huh.
Um, so I knew it was like, oh shit, I'm actually about to like get to the end. But then like when it was over, I was like, this game needs to be like 4 times as long. Like I need like 5 sequels. Like
Now
I
that you've
need
done
so
so well,
much. Yeah.
I imagine they are working on some sort of DLC or expansion or free update or something.
I hope so. I mean the
I
thing
love
I
that
sent,
post.
yeah.
Yes, versus broke. Yeah, people loved that. I
um
had never seen the original, but that was hilarious.
yeah. The dance, the Ole dance, that guy is really funny. Casey Frey, the dude who made the original little
Yeah.
dance video thing, but totally unrelated content except for the fact that they made that. I'm
Yeah.
finding out that so many of the voice actors were like people in viral videos or like people that are on like leftist podcasts and shit.
Yeah, I
Did,
think I mentioned that whenever you first started getting, because I was like looking at voice actors also, but
mhm.
yeah, a lot of like leftist podcasts and shit like that.
Yeah, like a bunch of the Chavo Trap House people are on there. Apparently, they've made a reference to his name's Nick Mullen. I think Nick Mullen is the host of a podcast called Come
I know
Town.
Craig is still recording.
Oh well, Craig, thank you for your recording, but we can delete this. Um, I'll turn it off. It'll be Patreon content one day. um, um, no. So, but do you remember this video like for forever ago? Um, it was like when Bernie Sanders was running in the 2016 cycle in the primaries, and some Infowars goes up to a girl in the middle of the street or whatever, and is like, "Hey, why do you support Bernie Sanders?" And the girl is like dressed in this kind of like sailor outfit almost, and she just has this extremely dismissive attitude toward the whole thing. She's like, I don't want to do this anymore and shit. And like the person's like, but I have some questions about socialism. He's like, oh, you have questions for Infowars? And she's like laughing and like sipping on this like cup of like some kind of fucking drink, like boba or something. It doesn't really matter. But like the Infowars people just keep asking her these extremely loaded questions. She just kind of like laughs it off and is like, God, you people have worms in your brain, I swear. I didn't realize it until I saw an offhanded comment in a Reddit thread about Disco Elysium, but that girl in that video is Classier, is the voice actress for Classier.
Who's that?
She's like the blonde femme
Blonde
fatale.
downstairs?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Archetype. Yeah.
Great.
And I was just like, holy shit, no, that is the exact same voice. I'm gonna find the video for you. I think she might be a co-host on a podcast now. Is
Oh my
is
God.
like the thing. But it was just like, what the fuck? I feel like this video game is voiced by memes. And in a way it is. Sailor, the viral video is called Sailor Socialism because of her.
Here, put it in my side tube.
Oh, I totally will. I'm trying to find the clip that everyone shared that was way shorter. You'll definitely hear it too, because it almost is just literally her speaking voice. How do I do this? How do I put this in the?
You click the link I sent you and you have to log in. You need an account.
But anyway, yeah, I need more games in that universe. And Craig, stop. Thanks for your hard work. We're done for the night. Did Craig drop out? Craig sure did. Yeah. Okay, so PM'd it to me. I keep forgetting it because when I hear it, I hear side tube, so my brain is just like new thing, new idea. I'm like, oh right, side tube. I've been here before. Name is registered. Guest login. Wow. Well, my name is Corberto now. Wait, that's not right.
Roberto.
Oh, god damn it. I said it even wrong from that. Oh, well, I don't care. Add video from URL. Here we go.
Hi, are you a fan of Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, I am.
What do you like about him?
That he's a socialist.
Why is socialism good?
Are you like, I don't really want to do this. What is this for?
We're asking people why they like Bernie Sanders.
For Infowars?
Yes, we are Infowars.
I think he has a lot of integrity. I like his value system. I like what
There's
he
a point where they ask her about Venezuela and she says, yeah, I've heard of it, in the most dismissive tone ever. It's so good.
Lives in $3 million homes.
No, I was not aware of that.
Yeah. And are you aware? I'm going to ask you something. So if they're about eating the rich, why do you think so many of the 1% support socialism?
Is that true?
It's very true.
Like who?
Well, for example, you know Venezuela, right?
Heard of it.
A majority of the country is currently eating rats while their politicians are drinking.
She side eyes the camera too. It's so funny to me.
But that's not the 1%.
The 1% of Venezuela.
I'm talking about America.
Well, I'm saying, since if Bernie Sanders were president, right, and he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country, do you think that we would benefit?
Yeah.
But I just told you Venezuela is eating rats.
But I just want people to have health care, honey. I don't want like.
Well.
Same thing Hugo Chavez.
Oh my god.
When he was taking power in Venezuela.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
I mean, you're the one who can't answer the question.
What question?
The question is why you support socialism. You can have health care without socialism.
I want people to have free health care.
Why free?
Pays for.
Why would the government pay for it?
Because I think everyone has a right to have health care.
It's just,
God damn it.
she's just like, yeah, I know. I feel her social pain. Like, you can like see it all in her face. She's like, how do I even answer these people? They're so like committed to just like bringing up rats in Venezuela. Like, who even knows if that's real, you know? But yeah.
Eating rats in New York, I'm sure.
She's like, Is that true? Like who? Just trying to keep it simple. But yeah, no, yeah, she's in the game. She's one of the main characters, or one of the major characters.
That's so funny.
Um, but from what I understand, the team that made Disco Elysium, that setting was kind of like a setting that they have developed for tabletop role playing stuff, like in house. Like that was part of like a an in house game that they've been running for forever.
Makes sense.
I want that. I want that campaign setting. I want to play games in it. I want
Like
it.
a pedigreed DM
Mm-hmm.
to run well, like for real.
It would have to. Like they can only do it because they made it all up. Yeah.
They obviously have some sort of uh, at least I presume some sort of scholarly foundation in
They
the
have
work
to.
of the human brain
Th-
and and
yeah.
socioeconomics.
Yeah, it's so impressive to me. I'm
And
completely
David Lynch.
overawed. Huh?
And David Lynch.
Oh yeah, and David Lynch. Here's what you need to DM this. You need, a undergrad degree in like global geopolitics and
Empire.
David Lynch filmography. And yeah. But no, just the characters I think are so well made in that whole game. It's a game that's pretty much entirely composed of writing, and they fucking nailed it. I don't know. There's so many like points. I don't know if you have reached a point where they start talking about some of like the more like insane sort of concepts going on in that universe, but there was literally a point where it passed a certain check that got someone to start talking to me. Have you started talking to the old lady about her like husband who does like cryptozoology and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so when the old lady started talking about cryptozoology, I was like, "Fuck yeah, weird shit. Let's get into it. Let's fucking hunt Bigfoot and stuff." Just to be wacky, because that was kind of the guy I was anyway, and I'm genuinely kind of
It
like,
forces you. You have no choice. You think that's you, but it really is the game.
yeah. You can be so many different people though. You can
Yeah,
just
you're
be the
right.
worst
I
person.
feel like we went down very similar paths
I
there,
think so
honestly.
too. Yeah, we did because we both picked kind of like the high inland empire, kind of like intuitive, sort of like zany heady guy. Yeah, absolutely. Um, but when I started getting that ball rolling, there was a point where they started mentioning a couple concepts, and I hit another area a little bit later on. That's like this big abandoned church, and there's such like interesting stuff going on in there. And the moment like I got this one character to start kind of like divulging certain, I don't even want to name it yet because I just want you to be able to experience it the way I did. Like started divulging kind of like facts about this universe, and like all these kind of different elements started coming together for me and shit, and I was just like, this is the fucking best shit ever. Like I love, this is what RPGs are for. Like this is amazing storytelling.
Oh my God.
And that's one of those things where I was just literally like, I need, it doesn't have to be Harry Dubois. I don't even know how you would write another game with him as the main character after this one. Then again, I don't even want to overthink it because I love the cast. But I was just like, I just need
Do
games. I
anything
need
before
games. Yeah.
you could do if you wanted more hairy, anything before that game,
Mm-hmm.
maybe. But then it would lack the benefit of him having that amnesia fit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would love, man. The game would have to have such different themes because I feel like this game is very much about like coping and healing, um, from being a mess. But he's such a bizarre character, such an interesting character that I would have a hard time believing there were another character with such a zany mind that I could inhabit, like because I want all the Inland Empire shivers, like all the different skills and sub personalities kind of arguing and shit. Like that is a very particular headspace. The thought cabinet was also a really interesting thing. I was watching the lead writer.
I don't think I got into that, but I remember coming across it. It was like it's the
You
same
like pick up a couple
right?
thoughts like in conversation, like the capo type stuff where he's like, oh, you're a sorry cop, yeah, and then you like click on that and you internalize it. That's the thought cabinet. They were talking about designing that, and they were like, yeah, I mean, the thought cabinet's just our way of representing like something that everybody has, like not even in the universe, just like everybody, you kind of get an idea and you sit with it for a while and you kind of like synthesize it into new information that becomes like part of how you interact with the world and stuff. And I thought that was like so cool. But like they were joking about how it's like, yeah, we always used to joke in house about how like Kim had like a thought, like I can't remember the thing they named the thought cabinet idea, but it was so funny. And it was just like, god damn, this whole thing is so cool. Like I'm just like geeking out about it all the fucking time
Dude,
now.
I mean, the one that I specifically remember was the shit compactor.
Yes, the volumetric shit compressor. That's when I knew I loved the game. It's like, get your shit together, man.
Yeah.
That's also when I realized how much I liked Kim as a character, because like
Dude, Kim's awesome.
he's
So cool.
so cool, and he's also kind of like got very clear flaws, but he's so
Bottle trains and one cigarette a night.
exactly. He's just got so much willpower and like there's something about the volumetric shit compressor scene where it's just like, this is a person who has put up with so much of your bullshit in such a short window of time, but they are still extending you like understanding.
patient.
Yes. And you're just like, that alone kind of like really just says so much about Kim as a character. And so I was just like, after that scene I was like, Kim's my homie. I'm
And, like,
never gonna I'm
anytime-
never gonna hurt Kim.
Anytime you say something like offhanded about how, yeah, I'm probably a shitty cop, he's like, yeah, they put two shitty cops together. He kind of like
Mm-hmm.
shrugs and rolls his eyes over the situation that you both put
Mm-hmm.
into, which makes him like even more empathetic.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I love that game. I want you to finish it whenever you get a chance, because I think you will love that game.
Laptop, 'cause
Huh?
I'm pretty sure I was playing it on my laptop, so I'm hoping my save file is on there still.
It's not a super duper long one. I had to restart because I was too broke to pay out my hotel room on the second night, and like if that happens to you, there's apparently not a way to fix it outside of literally editing how much money is in your wallet in the game state. Because you have to go to bed to progress the days, but if you can't pay for your room on the second night specifically, there's not anywhere else to.
You would make that like a thing you can fail, but then not have a way to either progress or not just slapping you with a game over screen.
I
Like you
know.
die cold sleeping outside or something.
Exactly. I think it was a design oversight that they just didn't fix, but it was a bummer. Second time through was very interesting, because it was like, well, I know what I wanted to like recreate. I want to like trace my steps, but I had done so many things on those days. I was like, what did I say here? But I mean there's one fight scene.
Cool.
Yeah. There's exactly one fight scene, and it doesn't have its own system. It is handled through dialogue choices, just like all the other ones. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
I guess there's two if you want to try and fight Measurehead, but that one's even shorter. But I actually did I tell you in my replay I just like went for it. I could not figure out how I was supposed to like get around the whole situation without just going through Measurehead. So I was just like, I guess I'll fucking take that 18% chance or whatever, and I did it, and it totally worked. I fucking punched him in the head, and it was like, yeah, you feel something break in his soft palate, like, and stuff, and it was like, yeah, pick up your follow-up move, and then so it was like, my internal monologue was like, don't do anything crazy, you're not in great shape, just like stick to the basics. And so the options were like, just kind of like follow up with like a hook or whatever, and then there was like another thing, and like you could like roundhouse kick him, or you could do like a fourth thing. So I was like, no, my voice in my head is right,
Punch.
I just need to punch him again. And it was the wrong fucking choice, so I didn't even beat him. But I got the sucker punch in, and it was so fucking cool because I went for the second punch, and he just like grabs your hand and just like breaks it, and he just is like, "Say you give up, and I'll stop." And if the more you say no, you just take more damage. You just yeah. So it was such an interesting scene.
Fucking great. But like obvious like so that's how you got on the. So did you ever like remove the panel from the wall over near the dead body and like find the room beyond that and
Mm-hmm.
how to get
Mm-hmm.
to the rooftops and shit? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I couldn't figure out how to like go around by doing it. I always felt like I was supposed to be able to, but I felt like I was like dead ended there. Like I felt like I could literally see the way past it, but I couldn't figure out.
There's a place you were able to like jump from a roof like down, I believe, to
Oh
another room.
my god, if I can do that, that changes everything. I literally had to like
I
um
remember like you weren't able to just click and pathfind there, but I think I remember you had to like walk up to this ledge and then click on something else.
no, I felt like I was missing something like that, so I totally believe you because
You like got up into the warehouse area and talked to the big boss behind the desk and shit.
yeah, Everart player, which that was really cool. The way I got through was that I had a bunch of HP things, so I just and I had some alcohol, so I basically like I just I raised my physical instrument by 1 point, and then I would try again, and then I would raise it by 1 point, and then try again. And you can talk to somebody who the scab leader, if he sees you try and fight Measurehead, he'll give you tips. So you get like a situational bonus. Even then, I barely scooted by. Like I had to wear like all the physical instrument stuff I could find and stuff, and I had gotten lucky enough that I had a uh did you play that weird game with the old dudes that are like throwing those balls into the pit?
I think so.
It's like right outside the inn. If you talk to them, you can like try and join their game. And if you throw the ball and you fuck it up, your physical instrument chimes in and is like, "That was the worst shit I've ever seen. I'm starting you on a workout plan right now." And if you internalize that thought, when it completes, the bonus is like negative to like encyclopedia stuff. But if you're shirtless, you get a +2 to your physical
Oh
instrument.
my god.
Yeah. So like I had that, and then I had some other physical instrument stuff, and then I had the advice from the scab leader. So I just went through again, and I clicked an option that let you beat Measurehead, and so I pressed the button. So I just like dedicated a bunch of skill points to boosting physical instrument incrementally until I succeeded the check. Just silly shit. The
Just kind of having to game the game a bit. Or
just a little bit.
yeah.
I was like, I see a way forward. Like I don't know how to get past the other stuff.
I've been having some good fun with Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh my gosh, I want to play um so bad, but I want to wait until it's done.
Mhm.
Um
I'm
what I
I've
kind of
been
want to
kind
do is I
of
kind of want to do like a 4-player Divinity campaign or something cuz I've never
I've
played it.
always been interested. Oh, like just okay. Well, I mean, because like they have a DM mode. Like you're able to like create things in Divinity and stuff, like create campaigns and shit
Okay.
like that. I always thought it was kind of interesting, but I don't think I would like to see their numbers on how many people ever even used that, like and how much time people spent with it. I don't
I
understand anyone ever talk about it.
when I heard that that was a feature in Baldur's Gate 3, I was kind of like, yo,
Oh, I'm super excited about it being in Baldur's Gate 3
cuz they
though.
want it to be comprehensive. Because if that were a thing, like that would be a really interesting way to run D&D, because that is full rules integration.
It would be a different way to run D&D
Yeah, yeah,
for sure.
interesting,
But
interesting.
it is not identical. It
Y-
is made off to be as close as possible while still being fun for a
Mhm.
video game.
Mhm.
And there's
I
still a
noticed some
lot
spell
of
differences right off the bat
yeah,
too,
there's
for
still a
example.
lot of back and forth that needs to happen over the course of this uh, early access. I really, really would like for them to not make disengage a bonus action for everyone.
No.
I don't know why that one thing kind of gets to me, but like,
Well, like I was saying, it makes playing combat tactically very, very strange. Like when it was uh it's not as bad as when it was D&D Next playtesting, but they had changed or even I think removed opportunity attacks in D&D Next. And so like what ended up happening by the time we were done kind of playing our like first through third level sample adventure thing or whatever, we had all kind of figured out, including the DM. So all the monsters were doing this too. It would be like melee combat was not melee combat. It was like I can get to this guy, I run up, I hit him, I use the rest of my movement to go behind cover. And so like that was all combat was like that. And so it was just like very odd because there was no reason not to simply run out of reach if you could. Where, and that's the thing with opportunity attacks, and it happens all the time in real games where it's like you are in melee range of something, you don't want to run away because you don't want to risk the hit. So it kind of like making it so everyone sort of has an easy way to get away, especially in early levels when not many people have uses for their bonus action. That's just what you're gonna do. Like you're literally gonna run up, hit them, bonus action out of reach, and then they have to come to you and then use their bonus action to get out of your reach. And it's just like that just becomes
also they need
the new normal, and that's just very odd.
They need to somehow limit long rests. There's no reason for you not to just spam long rests. Which makes short long rest casters pointless.
Mm-hmm.
You get one short rest a day. They need to bump that up to like 2 or maybe 3, and then like I don't know, put a timer on the long rest or something.
Mm-hmm. Or
But
like, or
but at this point you can just. I mean, but also that's how it was in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. You quick saved, and then you hit rest until an encounter didn't pop up. You quick loaded, rest, quick load, rest. Okay, everyone's fully healed. Let's keep moving on. That's how the first two Baldur's Gate games were. So like, there's that video game level of give and take and shit. But
yeah, the kind of, they know the save scumming is gonna happen, so they start designing in a way where it doesn't matter if you do it. You don't have to save scum anymore. You can just get your long rest and for free. Yeah, it's like, no, enforce the rules. Enforce the rules. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a general flaw with 5th edition is just the ease at which you can recover. Not to say that I don't know, that I found an adequate replacement or solution, but it's like you're saying, it's like just there's no reason not to spam long rests. There's like a billion different threads on the internet of people being like, how do I get my players to stop taking long rests all the time? It's like,
oh, that's easy.
The game's made to
do anything you want as a dungeon master.
Exactly.
Talk about this video game.
Mm-hmm.
You see my stream?
Let me see. My window is still in pop-up. Cannot see non-participant. So there we go. Oh, is this it? Nice. Are you playing a warlock here too, or are you playing something else?
You're kind of muffled. I think you're.
Is it better now?
Oh, yeah.
Is it worse now?
No, you're fine. I think it was just when you're connecting.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out better mic placement. I kind of have it. Well, because this is where it is now.
Yeah, it's fine.
It used to be in a weird, different way, but that's kind of where I have it situated.
So
it's like very close to my mouth now.
I went down to this fucking bog where there may or may not be an old woman. And you know what old women are in D&D.
Hags, yeah.
An apple, and it may or may not just have this fucking sickness that won't go the fuck away.
Oh my god. And illnesses don't simply go away at long rest, right?
Well, this one doesn't. It keeps saying, gives giving me like long ass turn time. It's like, okay, let's see. There's no.
I think my game design opinion about long resting, especially in an edition like this one, is that perhaps what the game considers a long rest should only be really achievable under very specific circumstances. Like, it's not just about overnight. It's like you have to rest in a way where you can, like, be certain you're safe or something. Or, you know, kind of like old Fallout games would be like, you can only rest and level up if you can sleep in a bed. Like,
I am super confident they're gonna change it because, like, even
they just
in
have to figure something out that's
original
natural
two,
feeling.
even in the original two, there was a chance that you would get attacked while resting because
Mm-hmm.
that's just not here right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it is going away. I guess long rests only take like 5 in-game turns at a time or something. So I'm at 10 and 14. They might go down one in the time it takes me to go this far. Go to bed. Oh wait, no, let's look at them again real quick. 8, 12. Go to bed. This is what they want people to be doing, though. Like this is
Wow, that dude's blankets are just covered in blood. What the fuck?
7-11. So the time went down whenever I went to camp. It goes down here. 7-11, 6 or 5-9. Yeah, it really doesn't pass turns very quickly, it seems, or at least this specific thing from
Mm-hmm.
the apple has been lingering for goddamn ever. And I swear to God, is if it gets down to one and gets back up to the top, I'm gonna be pissed because I might have to like go rummage through that hag's place to get an antidote, but she's already mad at me. I already told her I don't want her to get rid of my brain worm. I want to go to the gift to get rid of my brain worm.
Wait, is there a literal brain worm you have?
That's the opening of the game.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well, I ask because this
no
reminds me.
spoiler to say that the beginning plot of the game is you all have mind flayer tadpoles in your brains.
Nice. I'm into it. Well, so
Oh, yep, it just reset. God damn it. Ugh.
what? How did it reset?
It went back up to 22 turns after it went down to 0 for the sickness. So that means I'm gonna assume there's like an antidote that I need to go get.
Huh. When you said you had worms in your brain, the opening of one of my favorite RPGs, JRPGs, is Nocturne. If you've
Oh
ever
yeah,
played
Shin Megami
those,
Tensei Nocturne.
yeah.
I played through P4 recently. That's the first Shin Megami game I've played. But
Hmm.
when I was young, I saw a friend playing some of Nocturne, and it
Was
just
it
blasted
Steven?
wild. No, actually, it was Sean. You know Sean.
I don't think I do. Well, that game is a huge inspiration to me in a lot of ways, but it's also very well, we talked about the remake. I desperately want it because I think that game really needs to be modernized and is worth modernizing.
It is. Oh, I mean, it's coming out. Yeah.
Hmm. So I'm super excited for that. But the very beginning of the game, a creepy old man with a no, sorry, a creepy young boy with a creepy old lady nurse wheelchair situation, kind of dynamic weird duo thing, rolls up on you right before the apocalypse and drops a parasite in your eye, and you
Oh
turn
yeah.
into a half demon. So I was like, oh shit, Baldur's Gate, because I know something about Baldur's Gate has to do with like proximity to the hells, right? Like there's like the gate. It's like the gate is
No.
to no, it's not.
Well, Baldur's Gate. It has a propensity with being linked to the dead three gods, Bane, Baal, and Mirkul,
Okay.
just through the plot of the Baldur's Gate games.
Mm.
But Baldur's Gate is, I believe it's
Is it just a town or something?
well, no. It's a major port city, and you can like look up the lore for Baldoran, who it's named after. Dude, fucking Ed Greenwood. You can go on his Twitter, and he answers people's questions with like 15 response linked tweets, each hashtag FR lore, Forgotten Realms lore. And he, like, people ask, "Hey, what is this random noble family in this part of Forgotten Realms up to?" And he said, "Nowadays they'd be doing about here, blah 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 blah." But he just goes into it because that's what you can do when you're the creator of a world. You can just fucking write it on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh, yeah, here you go. Um, my my weirdly enough, because I never really got super into the lore for these games, even though I'm deeply in awe of them. The Elder Scrolls lore I find extremely compelling. Huh?
I downloaded some mods and shit for Morrowind.
Morrowind is the one that I feel like I need to play most, but
I've always felt the same. I've tried many times, but
it's a
you know,
little dated at this point. But what I know about what it gets at is so interesting.
But when I do like get to it and then I get it modded, then the problem is I'm usually plagued with like random crashes to desktop and shit like that. That's just how modding Bethesda games goes.
Yeah, that's how unmodded Bethesda games goes too.
Yeah.
It's a bummer, but no, I really there's a writer, I don't think he works for Bethesda anymore, but he's really closely kind of deeply associated with like their lore and their world building. Michael Kirkbride, I think that's his name, something Kirkbride. And he's just a wacky dude, and all the Elder Scrolls lore is wacky as fuck. They take like an interesting kind of sideways approach to it, where it's like, and this is something that really resonated with me because it's kind of like the way I tend to approach D&D. Oh well, world building. Is that like almost all of the sources for canonical lore in Elder Scrolls is like from identifiable perspectives that live in the universe. So it's like, oh, what all do we know about fucking the Summer Isles or whatever? It's like, well, it was written by this guy from here who thinks these things. And so all of the lore is sort of compromised. Huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's all of the in-game history is covered in bias by whoever the in-game character that wrote it was. Just like real history. Are you familiar with the YouTuber Brian David Gilbert?
Oh, I've heard his name.
Dude,
Why have I heard his name?
He does these like long form thesis videos on different stupid video game shit. Like he
Okay.
reads every single book in Skyrim.
Oh, hell yeah, my man.
All the recipes from Breath of the Wild. Or he spent the last year reading every single Halo novel, and now he's been alienated from his friends because he can't talk to anyone about it.
He's just like, well, I don't know. I know everything about Halo now.
Dude, he's hilarious. Just search Brian David Gilbert on YouTube and watch.
Okay, I absolutely will. My real deep dive. So I guess do you know anything or much about Vivek? In Morrowind.
Oh, I mean, so I played a little bit of Elder Scrolls Online, and so I've talked to Vivek. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, okay. He's in Elder Scrolls Online.
He's literally chilling there while the palace is being built with his half gold and blue face. He's like, I'm so weak. I need you to do these things for me.
That's
like, I am drained.
Vivek is just the kind of like entry point I had to the lore, because
as he's making up the quotes, like he'll say, "I'm sorry." He'll say
no, this is the shit I love about him. Go ahead.
That down.
Yeah. No, yeah. See, it's so because Vivek in lore, in fiction, is one of the most powerful entities that anyone has ever met. Like within a certain realm, there are more powerful entities in the cosmology, but like as a flesh and blood person that you can like talk to, like he's like a fucking living like deity from what I understand. And my introduction to the kind of lore in general was do you know Tyler Patton?
I don't think so.
He went to Garland. He probably did not run in the same circles at all. But he plays D&D, so I figured maybe just by chance you might have crossed paths at some point. Daryl plays games with him. Plays a Pokemon RPG, I think, right now with him. But no, I mean, he had posted on social media one time about like Elder Scrolls lore, and like just went on this tear about like some shit about Vivek, and I was just like, I need to know more about this. Like I hadn't even played fucking Skyrim yet. I was just like, I need that, whatever that is. So I was just reading like fucking Wikipedia articles about like Vivek and Morrowind and like the Dunmer and stuff, and it just like getting real deep into it. I was like, this is insane. The mythology here is insane, and it was just interesting to me because like I really appreciated the
I found antitoxin. I got rid of my poison.
Oh hell yeah.
Yay, in-game things that make sense.
Love the you're like, I'll just sleep it off, and then you fucking took like 8 long rests in a row, and you're like, I still feel like shit. I think that this might not be the solution. That's awesome. But yeah, I don't know. I just reading about it, you just get a sense that even the intentionally the writers really want the I came across this quote that I just like it really kind of like embedded into my approach to these things. It was like someone asked him how he did his world building or his mythologizing or whatever, from a writing perspective. He's like, well, the advice I was given and that I always give is that you should write the history from God's point of view, and then tell it through the farmer's point of view, and then ask what the dog has to say about it, and then that's how you know your world is fleshed out. And I was just like, fuck yeah, I love that. Like it just it makes it more real almost to have a little bit of a incomplete or open or contradictory account of your universe, because we don't have a world where we get to know for sure the answer to anything. Yeah. It makes the world more real to have to navigate it in that way. So I that was really something I found super inspiring about that. And I just love that's part of the reason I really want to get into like Planescape stuff.
Dude, you play Planes? If that's the game you need to play next. I don't give a shit if you liked Disco Elysium so much.
Yeah.
Then you need to go play the game that inspired it.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and I'm just afraid because I started. It's one of those things where it's like I literally what I need to do is I just need to get back to where I was. Because I basically like started at 1 a.m. one night, and I played from the opening to the point where you actually get out of that a crypt.
Mortuary.
Yeah, the mortuary into Sigil. And I picked up some quests, and it was like 5 a.m. and I was like, I need to go to fucking sleep. Like I'm so tired. And I woke up and I remembered nothing. I remembered nothing. So I was like, oh shit. And I don't know. I don't even have that save file anymore. So it's just like I just need to get through that first little section, get back to where I was, and then I'll have all the motivation back. But it's just that kind of like hurdle for me right now.
No, I totally understand that feeling.
The game has just so much charm and mystery. Just even all up front too. You're just like immediately like, I need to know what's happening. I just do. You're like, I spent so much time wandering around looking for like enough bandages and embalming fluid for like a weird minor subquest in the very first area. And like I was like, I don't even know why I feel compelled to do this, but I know that if I do it, I will be enriched, like based on the interactions so far already, I'm sold that this will be worth my effort and time. Is that a secret door?
Yeah, so everyone made perception checks and saw it. And so one thing they need to fix is you'll be walking around and then you'll see everyone make a perception check and they'll be like, there's something interesting. And you'll be like, what? And you'll be looking around, like, what did you notice? And you're like trying to move your mouse over everything. What is it? And what's happening? We got in a fight? A fight's happening? Why is a fight happening? I didn't. Hello?
I'm interested to see how it actually establishes.
Oh, it's loading. Why did I get into a fight? What is down here?
Maybe you went through the secret door.
Loading. Red caps. Oh Jesus, no! What Where are these guys? What the are they? Oh my god! Oh no! Holy shit! It just oh. So I've been walking through a pleasantly lit bog for some time, and now it just I got into a combat because I think I went beyond her secret door, and she noticed or something, because she is no longer a nice old lady. She's in fact a goddamn what looks to be, I don't know if that's a
Is it a
green hag.
hag?
It is a hag. It's definitely a hag. Oh my god.
The only time I've
And
ever fought a hag in D&D was one session. We stumbled into the hag's lair in Ravenloft. No, that's not.
Yep.
That's the board game.
Yep.
But yeah, that campaign setting, and we got our fucking shit handed to us, and I'm scared of hags in D&D
You're
now.
not supposed to fight, or the DM's not supposed to kill the players with the hags if they go there first. He's supposed to run them off or capture them. Because he will kill you with the hags. Unless you get real lucky. But
Yeah,
so
very
if
much
you
got that
look at the
sense.
map, and she obviously had one of those alter terrain spells going on, because now it's all a shitty, evil looking bog forest. She's got red caps coming in, which are the most terrifying little fucking bastards.
They're those like
And
super psychopathic fey creatures, right? Yeah.
yeah. Oh, this is bad. Well, Asterion. And it seems to be when I zoom out. So this is like supposed to be a hidden room. So I guess when my camera zooms out of the ceiling, it starts hiding shit.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've noticed
So
some really interesting rendering stuff going on right here, but
I don't know where these stairs go. But fuck it. Okay, back over here, back into the battle. Red caps are moving. Nope. Wait, did it skip me? Whose turn is it? Is it her turn? Is it my turn? Yeah. No, yes. Go downstairs. Bye-bye. Back to battle. No, it's her turn. Downstairs. And then the hag is gonna move. I guess she moved without me seeing. And you go down the stairs. Fuck all that. Oh no. That was scary. I'm just wondering if they're gonna chase me down the stairs or not. Why can't I join the party? There we go.
which one is you? Are you the Gith?
Yeah. I'm this Gith. She's the
Oh, I see. That's also a Gith. It's kind of small. I can see it in her the shading around her eyes.
oops. No. Yes, Tevar. That is my character. Asterion is the vampire character. For some reason, his brain tadpole allows him to walk around in sunlight and enter residences without asking and shit like that. Curious. Gale is a fucking cool wizard dude. And Lizelle is a typical Gith Yankee warrior who's trying to get to Limbo.
Classic.
and get the tadpole out of her brain.
That's right. Oh man, I think I had my players escape a mind flayer jail at like level 12 or something.
I've done that before.
Uh
Or in the entire ship, a nautiloid.
they were in like a weird situation. It was just kind of a small kind of temple with weird properties going on. There's like a subplot where one of them had become what's it called?
Closer to the
Ooh, one
mirror.
sec, sorry.
No, you're good.
Face appears, contorted in fear. Fists slam against the mirror's surface again and again.
Ooh, spooky. Is that it? Alright. What's
It
this
is.
bulb? I don't want to touch that bulb.
That is spooky. But I had them fight like a Neolithid?
Oh, Neolithid, yeah.
The when the tadpoles just don't ever exit tadpole stage but keep growing. Something really horrific about that idea to me.
What the fuck? What the shit? You
What?
see this shit?
Is she headless and just holding her own head?
Yeah. That's fucked up. It's holding the dude's head though. It looks like a dude's head. I don't know.
That's
Fuck hags, man.
that's
Fuck
grim.
hags.
Yeah, hags are gnarly.
Oh shit! Who the fuck are you? What's wrong with you? He's petrified, but oh, he's petrified.
But
They're
he's
still
moving
working on
around.
that. Yeah, they're still working on that, I guess.
He's just like, oh, just another day being petrified.
Watery eye.
This poor dear wished never to
Oh.
lay eyes on her family again.
Oh.
All right. I might have to head out here to go meet up with Steven, but
Tell him to actually come hang out in Discord at some point.
yeah, I don't think he really gets on it too much, but I've been trying to
I don't think his old man brain comprehends it yet.
It's so funny because there's really nothing super weird about Discord, you know. It's fucking AIM. We all had AIM, but I get it. Old man brain is a real thing, and I have it sometimes. Oh, let me ask him when he's.
Oh god, I just put on a mask.
My, the mask suits you. Just relax. See the world.
Oh
with
no.
fresh eyes.
This is definitely how D&D goes. Yeah, I put on the mask.
And yet look after you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, in real life that you probably shouldn't. You know that your character in the game knows that they probably shouldn't.
He
But you
gave me 4 masks. Oh god. Oh no.
The stench of rot is a slap to the face. Suddenly she is there, beside you, behind you, inside you.
Oh.
Yes, I have you now, better.
the mask situation is weird right now.
Is going to take good.
It put 2 masks on, it looks like.
I know it. Yeah, I was about to say it's like double or something.
Farouk, remove the mask now.
Okay. Gladly. I mean, obviously I, the player, will want to remove the mask. Okay, that was easy.
Finally, I can think again.
All right. Yeah, so that's like being in D&D. I take off the mask. Okay, you do. It all stops.
Whew. Yeah. Thought that might have been permanent for a second. I don't know why I did it. Yeah. I was supposed to say, it's like your character knows you probably shouldn't put the mask on. You know you probably shouldn't put the mask on, but you also kind of want to. And so does your character kind of want to, because curiosity is just that kind of thing.
Good story.
Images flash. A man cowering, a bag open at his feet, gold coins spilling onto the floor. His cries for mercy are cut short as the hag slices into him, removing limb by painstaking limb. She cackles. The man's remaining flesh twisted and contorted, becoming the twisted surface of the door before you. Flee, you feel it cry.
Well, I'll leave. I just want to talk to this guy.
No.
The lighting is cool.
Yeah.
Look, mustn't see. I see it. I see what's to come.
Oh, Arcana check failed.
Flesh rotten, bone shining.
I want me and something I've seen that I agree with is that I want them to make the checks more obvious, like what you rolled, what your modifier was, whether you had bless active, and whether it was advantage. Like we want to see all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Skull splitting, knife twisting, gut spilling. All future, all bad, all gods.
Is he Drow?
Don't hurt me.
Think so.
Oh, please, please,
That or just an elf.
please.
He's very gray.
Oh, rare race. Oh yeah, so yeah, I think he's a drow. So I have a planar option. Even I know screaming in someone's face is not this polite. Everyone looks like you do, elf. Shocking.
There was
No! Stop! Trick! The monster! Mind dripping! Flesh
The body
peeling!
motion cap is awesome. Like I can't wait for them to get the the animations to transition smoothly. Instead of them like snapping into place after every line.
Yeah.
Leave me alone, please!
What were you saying?
Oh, I just got lost in it. There's a race in 3.5. I don't know if it's older or just in 3.5. Well, but is kind of like a subsection of elves called like gray elves, and I was always really interested in them lore wise and stuff.
Yeah, no, there's always been like a lot of just different interesting elves that kind of get tossed around, like aquatic elves, sky elves, all kinds of different ones. Open up or I'll burn you to ashes. If I kill the hag, you'll be free. Ooh, 15. Yikes. Mm-mm.
Fear rushes through you as the door shakes, remembering the hag's smile. It remains firmly closed as the presence huddles within.
Well, what if I do try and catch it on fire?
Did it work?
No.
You feel the barest hint of
Open up, you son of a bitch.
Is that what it said?
Oh, no.
Hell yeah.
The door shudders, imagining its wooden frame cracking and splintering in a raging inferno. You see the hag. She walks through the door, its form shimmering. With a jerk, you're pulled from the vision. You feel the presence within shrink, terrified.
I have
You feel
a
the
thought.
barest hint of life from within the door.
Okay. I thought I scared it open.
I think you maybe have to use the mask or something.
Yeah.
That elf has some major Smeagol energy, like hobbits is no tricks, dirty tricks, the monsters go away.
Thank you for that. I was slightly thinking that also. I was just scared to put the mask back on.
I mean, me too. I was just the way it was talking about how it's like, oh, you're jerked away from the vision and stuff, and just it had that kind of like narrative voice of the hag's thoughts in your mind, and I was like, this feels like that. Feels like.
This looks fucked. What is level?
What level are you right now?
4. That's a cap. In early access.
Oh shit! I thought it went to. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay, these guys. So yeah, I mean, I guess I am supposed to be able to handle anything they throw at me. I have 2 wizards, a fighter, and a rogue. No cleric, just carrying around potions. Let's do something.
Speaking of potions, how do you feel about the like apparently popular house rule that drinking a potion for yourself is a bonus action instead of a full
That
action?
sounds cool to me. I like that.
I haven't ever thought about it before, but it was just like apparently popular as a house rule, so I was like Like they like using a critical role. Like administering a potion is still a bonus or a full action, but drinking one yourself is supposed to be a is sometimes. If it comes up in combat, I'll just point it out. It makes sense that administering one would be a whole thing because you have to like get their mouth open and make sure they're swallowing it right and not choking on it and stuff.
Yeah.
But that was the thing too, because like I would always imagine like, does it really take me 6 seconds to drink this tiny vial, or am I just slamming it? Like I can take a shot in like a second, like
yeah. And long rest. Oh. Okay. So they're from this area. I can't go fast travel to camp. Okay. Well. Yep. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's just get into it. Let's just do it. Fuck it. I'll kill you all. Ow. Alright. This is good. I don't got a chance of hitting this guy. Scorching Ray. Oh, the thing about these Larian games, it's always pretty good to game the initiative. So like you kind of want to focus whoever's next up.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I'm just gonna get this guy because I have a better chance of hitting him.
I like systems that either really lean into that as part of the design or just obscure initiative from the players.
Oh no!
Oh shit. Did they bull rush you off the thing?
No, just pushing is a bonus action. You can shove people and it's super gameable in this. It's kind of cool. Like you can just, I thunderwaved 3 bosses off a cliff and didn't even fight them and just fought their minions.
That's kind of insane. I was about to say like I always felt like in this edition like trip. Well, I guess trip is just shove now, but a lot of those things kind of had more like you could kind of really lean in and take advantage of those things in third. You could like make whole builds around like grappling and tripping and stuff. But I always felt like in 5th edition it didn't feel like worth your turn to shove somebody, you know. But when you have that's partly just because I never make cliffs. If you have a big cliff right here and you just want to knock someone off their pedestal, then there's certainly as a bonus action. I can imagine shoving people as a bonus action a ton.
Oh no. I keep thinking action surge gives me another movement. Like it can give me a whole nother turn, but it doesn't.
No. Have you ever 2 questions, I guess. Have you ever played Shadowrun at all?
Yeah. I fucking hate it.
Yeah. I was about to say like initiative passes, like it's a whole other turn basically.
Well, I'm okay with like initiatives every round. I love doing that. I
meant in Shadowrun the mechanic is literally like there are people who take 2 turns a turn. You know, it's like you do the first pass and then there are people with additional passes. And so it's like here's a turn of combat. Everyone has their first pass and then it's like who has a second pass? Oh, you know, this guy, he has like an adrenaline booster or whatever. It gives him a second initiative pass, and you can like have up to 4, and so it's basically fucking insane. I don't think it's I don't know how you balance that, but I like Shadowrun in some ways and I really hate it in others. But the other thing I was gonna say is that there's an initiative system I really like in a game I've never played, called Scion, and it's literally
They have
like,
in different D&D editions.
oh, it's Scion, like SC. It's a game where you're basically all the children of mythological deities and shit. You're a scion of a god, but the initiative orders that they use is like a clock, and so it's like you start off at a certain position on the clock, and then the clock just ticks around, but your actions that you take adjust your position on the clock. So if you do a turn where you're just running around but you don't have really good opportunity to do anything, the clock will get back around to you faster than someone who takes like a turn to do a bunch of crazy shit. Like, it might be worth it to do a bunch of crazy shit, but it's like a very sort of it's not fixed turn order. It's very much like, yeah, your action costs 5 ticks, so you move yourself clockwise 5 ticks, and then you move the arm. It's like, whose turn is it? No one? Okay, move the arm. Oh, it's this person's turn, and it's really cool. But I've never played with it, so I don't know if it's actually cool or if it just seems cool.
Dude, so these people are wearing the masks and they're like screaming things like, "No, I don't want to hurt them." So I'm gonna try and like sneak up on one of them and pickpocket the mask off of them. Cause they're making wisdom checks every round.
Oh, huh.
They fail as they attack.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Ow. Oh no. Asterius.
Is that your party member just going fucking ape shit on this guy?
No, I mean that was a bad guy. These are just random people who have masks on them.
Oh, I thought that was your archer warrior party member that just clubbed the other person. My screen right now is really tiny, so I can't tell who's who, but I can tell this, you know. Does he have an arrow on his head?
No, he's got a spell on him of some kind. He's got nails floating around his head.
Oh shit. Oh, okay.
Got a curse of regret on him. Takes 1d4 plus 1 psychic every turn and is vulnerable to psychic damage. Oh no. I really want to try and pickpocket this shit off of her. Oh, damn it. Oh, the psychic damage took him down again. God damn it. How long is that? 3? Alright, well you could just stay down for 3 more turns. Don't die.
Oh my god, the exact thing that you and me talked about like 2 weeks ago about not liking. It's like, nah, we got 3 turns to get to him. That kind of thing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Man, I really don't want to. I mean, I guess another approach could be like restarting this encounter and then sneaking in and trying to get the masks off and then. But for right now, we'll just kill him. These guys are fucking my shit up.
Well, I would love to spare you, but
you're making this really hard, my dude. You need to get down. Oh, you fucking passed the saving throw. Please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. Oh. Diminuite. I passed. I'm good. It's cool hearing the verbal components of spells.
yeah, totally. I need to familiarize myself with them more, because I feel like verbal and somatic components kind of matter. Like, there are a lot of situations like, oh, I want to sneaky cast a spell. It's like, it's too loud. You don't.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's, you know, you could just lump that kind of stuff in with stealth checks and stuff like that, but it is different. It wouldn't, like, there are feats called subtle casting.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Why that casting is not subtle.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're fucking what's his name? Doctor Stranging your shit.
Yes, yes. And I like that because, the idea that magic is just kind of like a little bit of a flick or a hand wave is just a little too.
It's too nonchalant.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
magic isn't super cool in fifth edition, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a given. It's granted. It's taken for granted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I try and make magic feel a little more magical. Sometimes I'm more inspired to do that than others, but I used to when I first started DMing, I didn't want to fuck anything up. So I wouldn't mess around by like, if my villain was gonna be doing something, I'd always want to base it or couch it in a printed spell. But I think that's actually kind of a bad habit because then you're really caging your imagination for something as grandiose as magic, Like, oh, the game designers didn't say that this kind of spell exists, so I gotta like rework the plot to make it follow the rules of the spell. It's like, no, you don't. No, you really don't. Make a new one.
Spells, like that's part of the lore.
Mm-hmm. It's like, sure, I mean, maybe there are a bunch of spells that everyone kind of broadly understands, but wizards are wizards. They're probably fucking all trying to make magic that suits their needs on a regular basis. It's like their whole fucking idea of a wizard, someone who's like actively pushing the boundaries of what can be achieved magically.
Yeah.
And so that's what I try. That's what I try and make wizards do. Kind of, my ideas about my own settings kind of come from is like, there are all these different kinds of casters. It's like, that implies to me that, magic is something that can be accessed in many different ways, but more than that, it's like the way that these different people are interfacing with the magic is fundamentally also like crazy different. It's like, well, what's the functional difference between a wizard and a warlock? Well, it's like they literally are just doing two different kind of things that achieve a lightning bolt,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you can say like, in the fluff flavor sense, wizards learn it, sorcerers are born with it, and warlocks make a deal for it.
Mm-hmm.
But mechanically there's like zero difference between
Mm-hmm.
spells. The DM or the player, take some liberty in reflavoring shit.
Yeah. So I like always try and like at least have it try and bear out in interactions. Like tonight, for example, I had to think about it a lot because it's like, a cleric interfaces with magic literally through like think about the difference between a cleric and a wizard, or a cleric and a warlock is interesting too, because they're both kind of like in a deal with a deity or a greater power, but there's still even a difference in that relationship because a cleric can walk away from being a cleric and a warlock might not be able to. So I'm always thinking about like metaphysically, what are the differences between these things? How does that impact your day-to-day interaction with like the weave or whatever you want to fucking call it? How does your character literally manipulate magic?
Yeah.
And I think that's a cool place to start when you're trying to figure out how your world works and shit, because it's like, yeah, bard is one. Bards are actually kind of important in my cosmology. And Ian sort of like knows this. This is what I was saying, like Ian probably knows the symbol because it's sort of like it's like my homebrew religion or whatever that I put into this universe. But the backstory for it and a lot of like the lore around that deity kind of like has to do with like just even the concept of like power words and stuff, or like true names and things, and me kind of picking that idea apart or whatever. And I feel like bards are interesting because bards are the kind of people who like they kind of like do music magic or whatever, but that goes back to like that goes back to Tolkien, where Ilu Avatar or whatever like sang creation into being. Like the universe in Lord of the Rings is a song, and what's his name, Melkor, I guess, like the fucking guy who's actually Satan, and then Sauron is like the Antichrist or whatever. That guy was an angel who introduced like dissonance into the song, and so it's just like there's a really, it goes back to the beginning of like the whole genre, that like kind of music is a sort of manifestation of magic by itself. So I was just kind of playing with those ideas, and like that's not the same thing as being a cleric, that's not the same thing as being a wizard, but you're all doing lightning bolts.
Somehow pickpocket failed, even though I'm like, in this fucking fog cloud. Maybe it's because I'm blinded also. Man, I just want to get this mask off.
I really appreciate your dedication to achieving the role-playing experience.
It's not a role-playing thing. I'm fucking trying to see like how difficult it is, what ways I can do it. But maybe a little bit of that. I'm not specifically playing this guy in any certain way.
Well, I think a lot of people kind of fall into a rut of just being like, yeah, combat encounter, I'll kill a guy. But your first thought in this room was literally like, I want to take the mask off these guys. And that's a creative solution, though. I like it. A lot of people wouldn't even fucking bother, and you're like, I'm gonna make this happen.
They give you the mask. You put on the mask. You realize you can take off the mask, and so there are other people with masks, and they keep skipping their turns and screaming, "I don't want to hurt these people," and I keep hurting them. But I'm also like, stand still. Let me get that mask.
Shut up. I'm take your medicine. I'm gonna take the mask off. But yeah, if I ever from scratch did a game system, holy shit, that was fucking crazy. Look.
Yeah, that was weird. Whatever that was. Oh, it was like.
Oh, particle effect in the waterfall. Oh, weird. But yeah, I agree. I think magic is just a little too common, a little too given in later D&D. And I like it where I like the idea of systems where basically anyone could do magic. It's not like, oh, you're born with it or whatever. But I also like the idea that even if anyone could do magic, it's still like a thing that takes effort and is difficult to achieve, and like it might be very limited. Like you might be able to do one specific narrow kind of magic. Just makes magic feel more magical.
Oh, yes, I will dash as an action to get up here.
Is dashing a bonus action too, or is it just disengage?
Dashing's an action, but it's a bonus action for rogues at a certain level.
Yeah, like 2.
Now that I'm up here, get this person the fuck out of here. Oh. What was that? The fuck was that? They had some sort of reaction, I guess. Fucker. Oh, I forgot to action surge. God damn it. And I can't pickpocket this person because I'm all like blinded and shit. No. Alright. Get up. Sneak. I really want to do at least one person. Alright, sneaking successful. Pickpocket. Failed. Fuck!
Damn, it must just be hard.
Sneak attack. Melee. Fuck you. Yeah, it might just be really difficult.
Is it just me, or is the sneak attack mechanic in 5th edition just like counterintuitive or something. Like,
What do you mean?
not counterintuitive. I feel like there's a lot of whenever people are starting to play and they're like, "Oh, do I get my sneak attack?" and I'm like, "No." Like, I feel like, for example,
So listen, for me,
mm-hmm,
like, do you have an ally next to the
mm-hmm,
enemy? Do you have advantage?
mm-hmm, then you get it. Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. Like, as
That
someone who's read the rules, like I get how it works and everything, but I feel like it's something that a lot of new players like
that is
try to achieve in the wrong way all the time. Like they're always like, "Oh, I take a hide action during combat to get a sneak attack." I'm like, "You can't." The book literally says you can't. Like,
That's a new player thing, and even
mm,
then, with new players who play rogues, I feel like I'm constantly having to remind them, oh, by the way, you get sneak attack damage. By the way,
mm,
sneak attack damage. By the like, all the time, and then like that's led to a player leaving the group. Like she felt that we were playing her character for her because we were constantly having to remind her of her rogue mechanics.
yeah, that stinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something about the way that they explain it or something that it just doesn't click. I feel with new players. It was almost weird because like in 3.5, I feel like the list of reasons why you could get sneak attack was a lot longer and like less systematic or something. But I also felt like I had a good sense of when I could and couldn't sneak attack. Because it used to be that in third and 3.5 there was this thing called flanking, and like that's if your ally is near it and fighting it.
That's an optional rule.
Yeah. It's like it's one I don't even think of it as that crunchy, but I think that that's why they took it out, is that it's a little bit crunchy and that
It's not that it's crunchy; it's that it drastically alters the probability chances of the battlefield as far as fifth edition goes, because advantage wasn't a thing in third edition.
right in third edition 3.5 flanking gave you a +2.
It was a number.
Yeah.
This it's advantage, which means you roll twice. It's
Mm-hmm.
doubling the chances, and when you have a bunch of people on the field and stuff like that, it is just
Too much.
it's just a completely different game. That's why wolves get pack tactics. It
Mm-hmm.
implies that no one else should be getting this kind
Exactly.
of thing. It's so powerful. It's such a keen, like evolved adaptation of an apex predator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's still kind of there. There's like still the game has like terms for like, oh, if they're in a melee combat with an ally, then you get sneak attack damage because they're distracted. So it's like the game still does sort of have flanking in it. It's just that flanking doesn't translate to the way that the system uses advantage. Exactly right.
I feel like such a badass. I just shoved this person off this cliff, and now have high ground on them and a better chance to hit them with my bow. And I miss.
Oh my god. I love that prone is like an advantage against ranged stuff, but a disadvantage against melee stuff.
Now I feel stupid. Their
Mechanically.
AC was only 10. Now I feel like an asshole.
You missed? Is she a tiefling?
Yes. But
was
she's
like-
wearing that mask.
Oh, right. I was just like, she's got a tail. That face is bizarre. Action surge. Do you control all of them manually, or is it like AI driven for your allies?
I'm controlling everyone.
Nice.
They'll probably add some sort of AI, because some players like having that on.
It can be kind of neat to like feel like your party is a separate entity from yourself.
God damn it! I really want to picklock of this guy. Stop resisting. Oh Jesus! Magic missile, hit or miss. They always hit.
I love magic missile for some reason as just a spell. Even though it's the weakest, it's so consistent. Yeah. I meant numerically. Like you roll the smallest die or whatever.
You have to take into account the fact that it
Always hits.
and there's no save or anything, and I just lost 2 people.
Even better, one sneaky little thing about magic missile that makes it so good is it triggers 3 separate concentration saves.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. I never thought about that.
I was reading people talking about like ways that they handle really powerful like players using magic in a smart way. It's like, well, if they have really powerful persistent effects, just make them make a lot of concentration checks. Like toss magic missiles at them, just make them roll. Eventually they'll roll low. It's not that it's going to be hard for them to make the DC. It's just eventually they'll miss it. Law of large numbers type thing. Is that fog? Is that what fog looks like?
I'm sneaking now. Oh god. Oh no.
Oh shit, they're beating your allies to death while they're unconscious.
Yes. Yes, they are.
That's brutal. That's one thing that as a DM, I feel like an asshole if I make.
So bad to do, but there are some points like that I literally will like drop my head into my hands where I'm like, I cannot not do this. This is an intelligent person who these adventurers have angered so severely that they are not just going to like let someone drop to the ground and then be able to get back up again. They're gonna get to the ground and they're gonna fucking curb stomp them.
They're gonna make sure they stay down. Because in real life, when somebody drops, you don't know that they're not gonna get back up. You have to make sure.
With low level characters, I can have an NPC be like, pathetic, and kick them to the side. But once you get to higher levels and you get to that point, like, you really gotta start killing players. Really, you gotta start killing players.
Yeah. It's like you've had your fun. You learned. I showed you the ropes. Now it's time for no mercy. Yeah, it's brutal. Oh my gosh. I was planning to end tonight after the encounter, but I realized like once I got started so late and then Zero was having their own problems, I was like, I think we're gonna have to end at the encounter instead. But there was yeah, the idea of like people having to like be really merciless or whatever. I mean, technically that could have applied even back with Bandit Steve or whatever, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
If somebody had just like put a bullet in Bandit Steve while he was down, he might have just fucking actually died before what's his name could come hear him.
Yeah.
It just feels so bloodthirsty. You're just like, yeah, that guy on the ground, I chopped him.
If you're gonna give NPCs death saves, you gotta give everything death saves. If you're gonna do that, you have to give everything death saves.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I pretty much assume that they fail them if left alone, but I present that window of opportunity where if you want,
If I would say like if an NPC has a chance of being like picked up by someone else, need to have the same chance of picking up any NPC or creature that goes down.
Mhm.
Also, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the logic has to apply consistently.
But I think I remember specifically during that session that the cleric he was able to stabilize Bandit Steve, but then we weren't able to stabilize someone else within like a same window amount of time. That might have just been a random oversight, or I'm misremembering it.
That might have happened. I remember there was definitely somebody who was it maybe the apprentice, because I remember I was rolling death saves for someone, but I might have missed somebody. I might have just forgot. I might have even had to have rolled them retroactively once I remembered. But yeah, totally.
Also, something else I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
This might be just a difference in play styles or
Mhm.
like what you, or the other players enjoy.
Mhm.
But I feel like there's a lot of downtime activity exploring. Like, in my opinion, way too much, and not enough like on the ground exploration, like moving from scenario
Concrete.
encounter.
Yeah.
Like, maybe not so much a dungeon crawling aspect, but like, I don't know, just we spend a lot of time on just like RP character stuff, which is
Mhm.
great. It just made me think like there are three pillars to this. You know what I
No,
mean?
totally.
And that's just me. There's just been a lot of downtime.
No, I totally agree. I was even kind of talking about it earlier. I think it's something that I'm not just I think it's my bad. Like I think I'm just not managing it correctly, or managing the scene correctly.
And I don't want to like keep them from doing the things that they want to do with their characters and stuff. I just think it might be able to be handled in a more timely manner and like not
Absolutely.
as detailed as we go into it. But
Mhm.
it's been good for these first sessions, because now that we all have these, general ideas about
Mhm.
what happens during those times, they can be more like you do, go and do that thing.
Yeah. We've set the scene. I think you're definitely right. It's like we've kind of been like moving from scene to scene, as opposed to like what you're talking about, uh like moving from almost like hook to hook, or not even that. That's not even that's too much. Yeah, like
Encounter to encounter.
literally like
And combat to combat, encounter to encounter.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so that's partly because like you guys just got to this new place, and so you're kind of like following a light lead, but there's nothing quite happening until the thing that happens, you know. But then I could be definitely doing a better job of pushing or cutting the airtime, at least in between those things, because it's like, yeah, sure, I mean, like I was saying, it's like I don't want y'all to spend a zillion years like on the overworld map or whatever. I just want that map because I know where things are and what happens when you go here versus there. And it's like I want you to kind of have like a tool to visualize where you are in relation to everything that you're going to find, because there's going to be a lot of places. So it's like if you have a general idea of, this is here, this is here, this is here, then that's like a whole host of things I don't have to keep track of. But the way so far I just need to somehow pick up the pace. And I think that just doing the dice rolls and stuff is the way to do it. Someone had said that they wanted to roll the encounters as players. I was like, I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't like it.
I don't either. I gave it a shot, but I think you're right. I think it kills a bunch of the suspense, and it also just takes time that doesn't need to happen. But yeah, no, I'm definitely looking for feedback. So don't ever feel like you have to even like sugarcoat it or anything. Whatever's working, I want to lean in, and if something's not working, I want to make room for stuff that is. So
Yeah. And like I was thinking, like I was, thinking about during the game. I wasn't sure if I wanted to mention it to like the party at large or not, because like it isn't just you, but like if I should voice my opinions to everyone else as well. Like, hey, like I like doing these role play things, but we seem to spend a lot of time on them. I personally more enjoy the tactile like encounter stuff as opposed to a whole
like
session of
problem solve it.
And picking
Mhm.
mushrooms.
Yeah, the picking mushrooms thing. I want to actually even mostly
I
get.
like the pick mushrooms thing, but like just the beer brew. I mean, we're establishing downtime thing and stuff like that. I
Mhm.
get it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I don't have any opposition to any one thing that happens. It's just too slow, too slow. Gotta pick it up. Cause like you said, like I mean, I have more fun when it's like I think the most interesting part about last night session was just y'all trying to like find this creature or whatever because
Oh,
it was a
and yeah,
problem with a solution that you were piecing together, and that was interesting.
I had a lot of fun with that part.
Okay, I'm glad you did.
That might have just been because I'm the one that was instigating it.
Mm-hmm. Well, but that's the thing too. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't ever want to push players to take actions they don't want to take, but sometimes like I feel like people are waiting for a prompt or a direction that
There are certain points where
mm-hmm.
it really do. I have to like with any group. There are certain points where like if it's like a vague like all right, it's like adjust so like for an example. All right, the night has passed of that event. You've packed up your stuff and you've begun moving your way through the place. I don't stop. I don't ask questions about what they do in the morning. I don't give a shit. I'm ready to get to the adventure. Unless
Yeah.
we are specifically at one of those downtime moments. But for me, it's like, all right, night's passed. You woke up, camp is packed up, and you've moved along. You travel along the trail for some time, uh, and then I'll be like, then I might give them an opportunity to just have some in-character roleplay talk while I get my notes in order for the encounter that I'm about to throw at them.
Yeah, exactly. I that's a good point too. I think there's a function to kind of like establishing that there is a day and night thing going on. Like there is a concrete motion of like how the fucking story is moving. Like in the background, it's like, yeah, you can travel 4 squares a day, which means that 2 squares in, you're stopping for lunch or whatever. You know, like
But that
this is
presumably means that the other forces at work are also moving squares in the day. And stuff
exactly,
like
yeah. And so it's like once that's established, I think you're dead right, and I need to like re-examine how I frame it because when I'm like, well, if there's anything you want to do, I don't need to remind you every day. Like that if you want to do something, I'm just gonna say, hey, you get up and go. And if there's something you really actually care about, then you'll interject and you'll tell me what you want to do. Like I almost need to just do it like that.
Obviously Adib is not an interjector, and
Mm-hmm.
so like he's a player like and like you've said obviously like he does some wild wacky stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but he's definitely a player that I would probably frequently come back to and be like, all right, so Matt,
Mm-hmm.
like, what? Not even just asking him what he's doing, but giving him something to interact with. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I need to figure out Matt's character more because Deeb's like quiet.
Reserved, the character's reserved. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just need to that one's a puzzle I'm working on. I definitely need to hand him something. There's clearly like wacky stuff going on. I know that as a person Adib is interested. I just don't know how to get his character hooked in the same way, you know.
Okay, so apparently you can't dash while invisible or sneaking. That's bullshit.
That's so interesting.
Well, that I hope they change. I'm gonna put some feedback for.
Yeah.
You also mentioned that you should be able to dash while sneaking still, because that's you can in 5th edition. You just
Yeah, I mean the only thing you can't do is attack something. Right?
no, not even invisibility, just sneaking. Like you can dash while sneaking. There's nothing about it in the rules says you can't or that there's any penalty.
Oh shit.
You're either sneaking or you're not. You're either perceived by them or you're not. You either rolled higher than their perception, their passive
Or you
perception.
didn't. Huh. That's I had no idea. I always assume that there's like all sorts of rules for stuff just because I'm used to grunchier games, but it's like uh oh man, I remember back in the like equipment.
Trembles at the thought of the hag.
I misclicked on something. Okay, good. I
Oh
thought
shit.
Yep. It got rid of my invisibility. Fuck.
How often can you cast it?
I have 3 second level spell slots with this guy.
Oh, and invisibility is level 2?
Yeah.
For some reason I thought it was level 3.
I think it might be level 3. In the actual game. Look it up for me. Please.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot that Google doesn't know I'm Googling spell in D&D. So I just typed invisibility and hit enter. Oh no, it's second level, no kidding.
Greater invisibility is what, 4th or 3rd? Probably 3rd.
Might be 4th. Because greater invisibility is a big deal. You can do whatever you want on that one.
Oh, what the fuck? Inner turn base.
Yep, you're right, 4th.
Aww. I can't pickpocket the masks off of them. They better add that in. I know they will. I know they will. They have to.
No, that was too cool of an idea. They need to add it. Oh, there was something that happened. Oh yeah, I think Kelty forgot that she left the little owl trinket in the hotel or in the inn as an offering to the matron. I like wrote it down.
And what does that mean?
She kept bringing it up. She's like, "Hey, I have the trinkets or whatever. I have the little carved owl. Is he wearing the carved owl one?" I was like, "No, you left that at the inn. It's gone. You don't have it." But yeah, no, I can't. I can't. I just have to. I just have to. I have to get us through more content every session, so that I can get y'all into the places where I want y'all to be.
No, I totally understand.
I know. You know the exact vibe as a DM.
Oh shit! Whoa, dude, this place is fucking huge. Is this just the? Is this? No, this isn't the Underdark, but I bet it's getting close to it.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be getting close because it's all kind of subterranean caverns and weird gnarled or shit.
They do have an Underdark portion in the early access.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Are you not going out to?
Oh, he's working till late. He's in. I'm like an hour away, so I'm just gonna try and meet up when he's closing up because I won't be able to be in the bar until
afterwards.
Yeah. I won't be able to be in the bar while he's closing, so might as well just meet up right after. But
man, I want to come down real bad.
Yeah, no, it was really fun last time you showed up. So
I mean, I could, but it would have to be like
in the middle of the week or some shit.
It would have to be a Sunday through Tuesday kind of thing.
Yeah.
Come up Sunday morning, leave
Tuesday night.
Leave Wednesday morning.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, if you ever do head up, I basically work from home, and I'll probably just bring my fucking laptop over to Steven's place or something. That'll rule. No, and so yeah, I think one thing that I'm based on some of the stuff we were talking about, I think what I just kind of need to do is like just start like whenever I'm thinking about D&D and preparing it, like just start writing random scenes, like not even ones that are like plot related, just like literally just kind of like jot down like rough ideas just to be able to like
I want to record more of the sessions that I play with my buddy Derek, because he has this way with DMing. Like, I don't know what it is, but like he like I think he focuses on on the NPCs the most.
Mm-hmm.
I think he focuses on them and their personalities and who and what and why they want what they are
Mm-hmm.
and have and shit like that. He
Mm-hmm.
like a lot of work into the people in his world.
That's the thing I'm doing kind of backwards sometimes because I do that, but then I do it for characters that are mainly off screen most of the time, that are kind of like driving forces, but that aren't in direct. And that's just like, that's for me, that makes my plot make sense to me, but that doesn't do anything for the session.
And what's really cool is we finished a campaign or got to the end of a campaign recently, and we just started a new one, and it's we're playing in Sigil. We're baristas at Crohn's coffee uh, shop in Sigil.
That's super funny.
So like he knows that we've been buddies for. Do you know Derek?
uh
Derek Rice.
oh, yeah. I've never played with Derek, so yes,
Yeah.
I do, of course, Derek.
So you know Derek Rice. So we've
Yeah,
known
yeah.
each other for a while. So I can be very candid with him and shit like that. Um, shit. Well, so he knows that whenever he brings in things that are canonicized in fifth edition, that already have a found like an understanding of the lore of how things work in these different places, and then he starts running his version of it. I understand that's how D&D stuff works, but often I'm like, I'll be interjecting knowledge like just as a character, like, ah, yes, and then there'll be this place, and he'll be like, yeah, sure, I guess, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So over the years, like we've come to learn that about each other. So uh, he hadn't cared about that stuff much before, but I think I've made him care more because now we're playing in Sigil, and he's like actually caring about all of the details and all because it matters for this
Like the
setting.
deep lore for Sigil, yeah.
Like, and so it's been really fun. I'm actually getting to play in a Sigil campaign. It feels like, and like
That's so
I
cool.
so it's interesting. Like all of our characters are from the place, but to varying degrees of familiarity. Like one of them, like one of the other players who's a bit newer to the game, it was pretty much locked up in his house the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So my character is more of just a city dwelling satyr fighter kind of
Mm-hmm.
guy. So like dead bodies lying in the street, and I'm like, fucking rag pickers will be here soon.
Yeah.
Or like fucking there's an orphanage full of children who are being misused, and I'm like, what, are we gonna disestablish an entire system? Are we gonna house all of these children and shit like that? And like we
Mm-hmm.
moved past that scenario to help people from a fire. We did a
Oh my
volunteer
god.
magical fire rescue. Got
That's
out of a burning building in Sigil because Sigil sucks. Like it's big, but the parts about it that suck to live in, like the hive and the lower wards.
mm-hmm.
So I've been like I'll like have my character drop different lore knowledge and stuff, and then like I'll kind of bounce it off Derek to see what he knows about it, and then next session, like I'll be like I can tell them, hey, factions really important in Sigil. Take a look into them, and then next session, he's also really good about since it's a city thing. He's good about just describing things, just like, hey, something's happening there, something's happening there, something's happening there, while you're moving along. And a thing with D&D is like players tend to assume that everything that the DM describes is important.
Mm-hmm.
When in fact, you could interact with it if you wish to, but it may not specifically be, any driving part of the plot or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really cool. Like he's good at like just like painting this world and this place and all these different things you can interact with, but also keeping like a very strict focus on sort of like
The actual
what
important
needs to happen
information.
this session at least. He's really good about that. Like, because sometimes we don't know. Like, we take his plot so far off the rails that he can't write more than a session out
Mm-hmm.
because of certain choices that he lets us make. Like, he gives us a lot of crazy narrative freedom and all kinds of shit. He's a really really interesting DM.
I would love to play a game with Derek. I think I've been a forever DM a little too long in the sense that like I feel like I have strengths as a DM, but I feel like my weaknesses are kind of like a rut, and I don't always identify them as well as I could because I don't play that often. So it's like
Play, playing with another DM, like as a player, I think it's a lot like just reading a lot of books. It
exactly,
opens your eyes.
exactly.
So that being said, if you work from home and have any sort of like flexibility over your schedule, we play on Tuesdays at 2 p.m. and I'm sure he would love to have you with us.
Well, yeah. So this was that one. I would
Oh,
love to play. I might be able to make this happen. As long as everyone understands I will literally be at work while I play because I have to do it 9 to 5 unless I'm on PM, and then it's 11 to 7. So
okay.
there's no world in which I'm not working at 2 p.m. But
What does your workflow consist of?
so basically, like, we have like a giant queue that's filled with search warrants, and my job is to and all of our jobs is to like triage them, which just basically means like we're checking them for legal consistency and qualifications. So it's like we gotta make sure they're signed and that they have the proper statutes for their state and shit
Papers,
like that.
please.
Yeah, it is the most fucking like I want to peel my brain apart like a banana or something. Like it's the worst. Like by the end of the day, I'm
What
always just like,
do mindlessly while like listening to a podcast or a
I
book
think
or
I
something?
do it better mindlessly. You know, like I'll be
You know,
like struggling to get through tickets, and Steven will call me and we'll just be talking, and I'll get through like half my day's work in the fucking hour and a half we're on the phone or whatever. Just like
dude, yeah, like we all use D&D Beyond and Beyond 20, and we just click on our character sheet and it rolls it into Discord. So you could just have that tab open and he'll be like, hey, Corey, make me a perception check. Bloop, bloop, back to
mm-hmm.
your thing and listening and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so I mean, we could definitely try it out if we wanted to like just introduce like my character as like a potential.
In and out guy, yeah, or whatever. It's Sigil.
Yeah, something just to like see if it works, but not like make
I think
Derek have to weave me in too deep or something right from the beginning.
really good at we have so many drops. Like we played a campaign for a little over a year or so with 3 people. And when one of us couldn't make it, a lot of times we would still play with just 2 people. And those 2 people sessions were always the fucking best. Like I have the best memories of being in D&D world like during those sessions and stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that, honestly, because we got to have so much focus.
Mm-hmm. I almost wonder if high level D&D stuff might be better as low man content too.
It is. It definitely is. Oh, I mean, just from a mechanics viewpoint as the
Mm-hmm.
DM, it is much easier to design meaningfully challenging encounters when you have fewer people who are very strong.
Mm-hmm. And there's like when you have a bunch of really high level people, like everyone wants to use all their cool shit. So it's like everyone's kind of like wants a little time in the spotlight, but it's like you also have so many resources. So it's
I will
like,
say that my Monday party, we started with the one we started with like Waterdeep Dragon
mm-hmm.
heists, ended at level 18 a couple months ago. I think we spent enough time with each level that they didn't like, and I don't know. I love that. They're like, don't tell any of my other groups. They're my favorite group that I've
Mm-hmm.
ever had. Like favorite children, and like his like their cohesion, like the way they get along, their characters get along with each other, the way they can have cool character drama, and like everyone's like 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 half of them are like they're gaming, they're meta builds and stuff like that, but I never feel like I'm working against the players in any
Mm-hmm.
way. It was always just like 4 of them, the ideal party number. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, four is magic. I like 5 too, because 5 feels like a little bit like a cast, you know.
If you joined our game, we'd be at 5. 'Cause it was just 3 of us, and then my friend Travis is joining us for the first time this week, and so I think it would be. Oh man, this group of people together, it would be a lot of fun.
Well, like I said, I would. I feel like I would love it. For one thing, it's in Sigil, and just it's y'all and Derek and stuff. So I'm definitely willing to try it out as long as everyone knows that I may be a little less attentive than I would ideally like to be.
Sure.
Yeah. And if that's not a deal breaker with anybody else, and I can actually manage it, then yeah. Um, then the only real roadblock at that point is just making sure I can literally do it without getting in trouble at work, like literally like just not get caught or whatever. But yeah,
So
yeah.
if you're willing to do it, I can add you to our. Or I'll talk to Derek about it. I'm foreseeing a hell yeah or something along the lines, but we
Hey,
are
just let me
playing.
know. Let me know
We
what.
are playing Tuesday, day after tomorrow, at 2 if you want to join us.
Whew, let me. Oh shit. That just reminded me I need to change my work schedule before I go. Um. But I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah, I need to check work schedule, make sure I'm not on. Well, I need to make sure what half the rotation I am, but uh, yeah, if you want to see if it's cool, I can see about what character or whatever I'd want to make, and
Days that you would work evening. Like, what time would you say that was?
it was 11 to 7.
Okay,
It
so you
evenings I would be,
time usually.
huh?
Are you sleeping at 2 p.m. on days where you're gonna have to be?
Oh, like 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. So it's
Oh, I
yeah.
see. I see. I see. I see.
It's actually kind of funny though, because the days that I'm on PM might be the days where I can focus better, because that means I'm on the emergency shift, and this sounds bad, but it's like the tickets are simpler when you're on ER. Um, you just have to do them much quicker, so it'll be more like, like, oh, I got one, okay, done, back. Whereas when I'm in the normal workflow, I'm literally just like, yeah. Yeah, I do that thing. Like, yeah. Um. So no, I mean, I think it could be totally possible, and I'm definitely willing to try it. I may have to back out if I can't like manage it from a work perspective, but
I think that'd be understandable.
I want to play, and I don't want to back out. So that's my only hesitation, is I just don't want to end up having to back out. But uh no, I'm totally into the idea. Just, yeah, and also like let me know what classes are chosen, and I will figure out
So,
again.
right now, I am playing a satyr, uh, fighter, Eldritch Knight. I
Eldritch Knights are so
swing
cool.
swords very well.
You
Oh,
what?
also, I swing 2 swords very well.
Hell yeah.
Um, Also, we started at tier 2.
So like fifth level.
Level 8. We're level 8 right now.
Oh, level 8.
Started at 10 and leveled up last session, I believe. We've had maybe 2 or 3 sessions.
Okay. So you're a fighter. What's everybody else?
So I'm a satyr fighter. Everyone else. Um, Emil, Jeremy is playing a human cleric of the life domain.
Mm-hmm.
David is playing Blakiston Sunny, um, a Strig, which is like an owl person from the Humblewood campaign. It's kind
Okay.
of like not exactly an Aarakocra.
I'm
Have you heard of?
imagining like a D&D version of the mannerisms that the owl from Winnie the Pooh has, where he's like
I
gesturing
mean,
to himself with.
have you heard of Humblewood?
Mm-mm.
Oh, just Google Humblewood real quick, and you'll know it's a kickstarted 5th edition campaign setting, and it's all about cute anthropomorphic woodland creatures.
Oh, it's sort of like Redwall or something almost.
Exactly, exactly.
Oh, I see. That's adorable. Okay.
So if you search Strig, uh, or at the Strig, I think that's what they're called. The owl people. It's the owl race of birds.
Yeah, I see this. Super cute.
So he's a barbarian.
Hell yeah. Okay, so y'all have some frontline. Y'all
And
have.
I don't know what Travis is going to be yet. He's joining us for the first time this week, and he's going to be making his character with Derek sometime between now and then.
I could feel like I could pretty comfortably be a number of things, but there is a character concept.
We're pretty good on beef. Like we have a fighter and a barbarian. We have Imp, who's a cleric, and so that means like we have a lot of room for spells and utility, and
I'll,
dexterity.
I'll probably do a wizard or a rogue.
Mhm.
Well, say rogue, but what I want to do is I want to do a hybrid that I've been thinking about for a while. That is Shadow Monk, Shadow Monk assassin.
Derek is all for all kinds of wacky stuff.
It's a little bit what's it, role playing game. Like I'm very much, it's sort of a gamey build.
I mean,
An inspiration. I really like the idea of a Shadow Monk assassin because it's just a ninja.
Parameters, so it's really fine. Like I was telling my buddy Matt Eldridge, like he's always making characters. He plays in my Monday group, and he's just always making characters and stuff like that. And talk about these builds, and he like sent something to me and like what I thought about it. I mean, I just want to look at this message again real quick. Um, he's like, "Do you think it's worth it to dip 2 levels into Artificer for infusions? I'm trying to come up with a character that can
I could
fight
do
from
Artificer
literally
too.
any range. So the idea is I take the crossbow expert and sharpshooter feats as battle master, and then take 2 levels of Artificer for repeating shot and defense infusions. That gives me 19 AC, and I can deal like 1d6 plus 14 3 times every turn." I said, "Ugh." So this is just personally, but I think you already know this. I don't make characters in that fashion.
You don't. No, I find it refreshing because I think it changes the way that I think it changes the way the game goes.
So I said, sure. And I said, the infusions are nice, but it's really, I think it's not worth it if that's all you're taking it for. Like, why not just find the magic item you want with that buff instead of throwing 2 levels away for the infusions? And then I was like, oh, wait, that's right. You're not replicating magic items like I do with Artificers. You're using the repeating shots infusion thing. And I was like, but yeah, still. I said, what? Uh, I sent this gif of some waspy white lady going, "I hate it, but thank you."
So good. So I need to make sure it works, but the entire thing, it's halfway between me trying to just combine interesting class features and also I sort of realized I was creating. Do you play Street Fighter at all, or are you familiar enough with it?
Yeah.
Like Akuma, his like signature like special move where the screen goes black and just a bunch of fucking beat up sounds and then the person's dead when it comes on. um I want to flurry of blows somebody with the assassinate class feature.
In like a sphere of magical darkness.
Yes. Like I just want to do that. I also really like the idea of a shadow monk who like wears like one of those wide brimmed hats and like uses it to cast shadows where he wants to teleport, so he like throws it and shit.
That's the kind of thing that I would be like, "Fuck you," as like a DM to a player that came to me with something like that. But I'll be like, "Fuck you." That's such a good idea, and like I like have no reason to say no. But you can be sure as shit that I'm gonna be taking your hat like you're Mario.
Exactly. Like, no hats in here, please. But it's my hat.
It's now a very disrespectful thing to wear hats inside and honestly outside at the wrong times in my world now.
And outside. Hold on.
On certain days of the week.
And I don't have the core rules with me. room, or the player's handbook. But I think, let me look it up. D&D 5e. Well, because that's the coolest thing about Shadow Monk to me is that you can teleport into shadows like at will. Like, what the fuck? That's so cool.
Yeah.
But
I hate no that yeah no like this is just me. Like I hate when players ask, so what's the lighting light? Are there any shadows or dim light around? Because that means I have to think about it.
you're like, oh, god
Not,
damn it.
not because I'm like mad they're using it, but then I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Yeah.
what time of day is it? Where's the sun?
But what I need to I feel like I did the research on this to make sure the class features work together. Assassinate. Starting at 3rd level, you have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that has not taken a turn in combat. In addition, any hit you score against a creature that is surprised is a critical hit. So if I can achieve surprise
Before I mean, and that implies
Mhm.
already because surprise always happens before combat starts.
Right. So basically, the ability says two things. It says that if you're acting before someone in normal combat, you get advantage. But if it's also surprise, then it's automatically a critical hit. So what I want to do is I want to get 5 critical hits on somebody because I'm using flurry of blows.
Oh my god.
I just want to just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, one of those is sneak attack, and then just watch that person just go like into a fine spray of
Dude,
blood.
literally Fist of the North Star, Umaiwa.
Motion, dude. Yes, exactly. I want it so bad. But I think at level 8, I have just enough levels to have assassinate and also I think this thing really comes all together at level 9, but that'll just be hard decisions I have to make. Way of Shadow. They get something at 6, I think. Oh yeah, Shadow Step. I would rather be able to teleport to shadows than be able to fucking assassinate someone right off the bat. But when I hit level 9, apparently a really popular one with Shadow Monk is to take 2 levels of Warlock or something. So you can get invocations that let you see in magical darkness, because then you just.
Wow. Yeah, yeah.
I would have never thought to do that, but the advantage is very obvious in doing so. Ah, this is my issue now. Okay, so I could be a rogue, or I could be a monk, or I could be both, or I could be a wizard, which I always love. I want to play high level. I feel like playing a wizard just it grants you full license to be an eccentric dumbass wizard. You don't have any charisma based people in your party, do you?
No, I don't think so.
I could be a sorcerer. Sorcerers are really cool, actually. I feel like the sorcerer is one of the least played classes, and that makes no sense to me because meta magic is fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. I feel like yeah, warlocks and sorcerers. Actually, D&D Beyond has they frequently release the metadata
Mm-hmm.
about how many players play what. Let's see that Beyond.
Whoa. That's a capstone feature. Wow.
What?
Um, For sorcerer, your 20th level thing is you get 4 sorcery points on short rests.
Oh yeah.
Like that's just that you can just turn that to spell slots.
Yeah, but no one gets to play 20 levels.
No, of course not. The game is barely designed for it.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the hamburger out of my closet that I stuffed in there, and I'm gonna that motherfucker.
I saw your fucking cheese toast post and it disgusted me.
I made that this morning because I was like, oh, I don't really have breakfast, so I'm just gonna throw some cheese toast in the toaster oven, and then come back when it's done or whatever. And I let the dog out, and I let the dog back in, and then I went back upstairs and I went to work, and I forgot about the cheese toast. So around lunchtime, I went downstairs and I was like, this was kind of like bread, and like a little bit like bread in here, like just the faintest whiff. And I look in the toaster oven, and there's just my cheese toast, but the fucking cheese had bubbled up like that and then fucking hardened. And I was just like trying to figure out the physics of that for like 5 minutes. I was just like,
dude, I was looking at that, and first of all, I've never had cheese toast. I've had fucking like grilled cheese before with them together, but I've never had cheese toast before. And the fact that it was like bubbled up like that made me think that I had missed out on some like weird white America snack that like bubbled cheese toast or something. It looked like I don't like cheese it like bread. I don't know.
it was wrong. And that's the thing, is that I have a gift for ruining food. Uh, I literally cannot figure out how or why the cheese did that. Like, sure, it gets hot, cheese bubbles up in the oven, whatever. Why did it cool in that shape? I'm losing my mind over that question. You would think when the fucking thing got done cooking, it would simply.
In like just film it.
Oh my god. I mean, the knobs are exactly where they were. And I have 2 more slices of that cheese and a lot more of that bread.
I know what it was.
How? How?
It cooled. The cheese slightly cooled. The bread was still hot and steaming. Filled it up. The cheese continued to cool and harden from the outside.
And so then it just had enough structural integrity to cool away like that.
That's what I think.
Okay. That just baffles me.
We'll get that hamburger then.
I mean, I gotta eat the ham. I gotta get rid of it. Ugh. I hope most people were disgusted. What's up?
I had me a double quarter pounder today.
Oh god, I had me a fucking a few.
The spicy nugs.
Yeah, the spicy nugget.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, spicy chicken nuggets are awesome. They're I'm glad that like everyone, every restaurant is really like the quality of a McDonald's drops so hard after the that exists.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I just sent you this chart from 2 years ago. Fucking Furbolg druids were so hot. 2 years ago. Everyone was playing a Furbolg druid.
Goliath barbarian. I wonder if that was Critical Role's fault or if it's just the very natural combination.
Uh-huh.
Because I mean, the next most
I
frequent.
think it's a natural combination. Same with the Furbolg Druid. They just
Mhm.
like in their race description, they're like, oh, okay, these things are just like naturally druids.
Mm-hmm.
I know they frequently post up to date information. I'm pretty sure. D&D.
Furbolgs are cool though. I've never had a player play one.
I need to like really learn about them because I never know how to like DM.
They're like
for-
kind of giant. They're like giant.
Yeah, they're like part giant. They're like part foresty giant people, but it's like it's kind of you've got
I should.
you've got prejudices in your head about different types of the D&D races and like how they interact in the world. And Furbolgs, I just think of like you like happy Eeyore things. Hello.
Me too. They look so vacant.
Okay, I think this is up to date. Oh my god. Oh wait, no. July 20th. Okay. I thought it said 3 minutes ago, but it said 3 minutes, 3 minute read. Here. This is the article that I'm looking at.
When it has a negative, what does that mean? Like a decline?
Perhaps.
Gnome wizard. I'm trying to look at anything that has of a 2. There's not much.
Everything else is pretty spread apart.
I played a Kinku.
Not many people playing Warforged Rogues. I had a friend. I had a player who played a Warforged Rogue.
I was thinking about subverting expectations for rogues recently.
There's way more information on this other article I just found that I sent you.
I was especially thinking about how scary it would be for a large creature to be a good rogue.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's I've had a player to try and do that before. Like his main PC got Deck of Many Things imprisoned, and so in the meantime he wanted to play like a monster. He wanted to play a Minotaur, but he didn't really like realize that there was like the Minotaur race. He wanted to play like the monster Minotaur, like a large. He wanted to specifically to be a large size class.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I worked with him on it and I let him do that and like he's like I literally just want to follow the party around like stalking them in the shadows and then killing or eating the things that they kill, or if they're about to be killed jump out and like fight the things and shit like that. Like that was his
That's
reason for playing.
terrifying.
It was, and like and he made it to where it could roll like super well on stuff. So no matter like it was, I just rolled with it because we were playing high level. This was like the third season of playing with this group of people like over the course of 3 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
Like we played some, took a break, played some, took a break, played some, same characters and everything. But yeah, and he played this he called him the Minotaur. That was the name, and he was stalked the shadows behind the party forever. It was fucking great. It's like Jason.
That's insane.
Jason or Freddy.
Mm-hmm. They're weirdly benevolent, which kind of makes it scarier because then you're like, why? Was it? Yeah, in older editions, if your skill checks kind of like hit certain modifiers, that they released kind of like some supplemental material describing like what that even means, like when you're like fucking hitting 40s on stealth.
Yo, yeah.
And stuff like that, and it was always a really interesting. It's like, yeah, if you pass this DC, you are literally so sneaky that you are. It's like it is almost magical what you're doing. Like you are a whisper. Like you are a shadow. If you don't want to be seen, you aren't. Um, and stuff like that. Like, what does it mean to get a 40 on a climb check? Oh, that means you scale a wall barehanded. You
It
know,
means
like.
you need to pull out a piece of paper and just start writing what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's time to start just writing the book.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have gotten to the point where you have complete creative control over your character. You don't need me, the dungeon master, anymore. Told you this was all creative writing exercises. Write your fantasy novels.
Oh my god. Yeah, basically, like, literally, like, once you're so good at something, it's like, yeah, I kind of can't tell you fail anymore. Literally trying to punch God, like, everything else
Well,
is sort of just.
present him to me.
Present him.
Present them. Present them.
What is that from? I'm trying to place that.
I can't believe that you made the I thought it. I'm like, I'm not gonna make that reference. And then you did it. Present them. What? Your balls. Present them. Suck my balls. Present them.
I can't remember what this is. I just know the lines. Hold on, present. Oh, okay, it's South Park. I haven't thought about South Park in so long. It all just snapped back to me.
Yeah, it's like they find the Miss Chokes on Dick, the
Mm-hmm.
SAG teacher has to find Mr. Garrison up on the hill. She doesn't know how to teach the kids, and so they have like a Luke and Yoda moment, and she he's like, "Suck my balls," and then you say, "Present them,
Present
present
them.
them, present them." Oh God,
Fucking
I
Christ.
love South Park.
There's some stuff in South Park that's literally so fun, like untouchable. No one else can ever do anything.
I really need to watch the latest. The latest they did an hour-long Corona special.
Oh dear.
Dude, one of their latest seasons, like, there's literally every time they have a shot of the school, there's gunfire happening inside the school. Like, it's like I was watching it with a friend, and like he honestly wasn't a big fan of a lot of parts of the season because it was like so real.
God damn it, that's too much.
And like they're all just like chilling while there's like because it's normal.
Yeah, they're just used to it.
Yeah.
Jesus, that's so
And then
real. I actually have to deal with that a lot at my job,
and then
because we get
yeah.
a lot of school shooting threats on Instagram and Facebook or whatever. Not less so now, because school's been fucking out and or it should be. But before last school year was like crazy. It's like if you were working ER, you would see at least 2 or 3 every day, and some days you would see like a fucking.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and it's like it's a lot of them are just kids, but nobody wants to be the person who saw that on Instagram,
So what is
like, and didn't
what is
report
your
it.
job? You're flagging online things, or you're processing? You said it's processing search warrants.
Yeah, most of the time the normal workflow is processing search warrants, but the emergency queue is for police requests that are on a short enough time scale that there is not time for a search warrant. Like they literally like someone's made a school shooting threat. They don't have time to get a warrant made and go through a judge and get it signed and then ask. There's like a specific limited set of data production we will if have reason situation criteria. And you know, school shooters and suicide threats and missing children. What are some of the other missing people, suicidal posts on Facebook, stuff like that gets flagged? We then review them, make sure it's coming from an actual law enforcement agency and not just some random fucking
Do you have to
verify any other shit that they need to have to meet the emergency criteria, and then we send it to Facebook. And then
So do you actually have to like see like disturbing shit?
not all the time, but occasionally. I've definitely
Yeah.
seen some disturbing stuff. I think that Facebook started kind of like telling them not to include it.
Big shrug there.
I mean, I've seen worse, but it's also just like it does wear on you. It sucks, but there's some stuff obviously like if Ellie sends law enforcement sends like evidence of child abuse or whatever, we have to tag. have that like servers and scrub it and like remove legal liability for like that. We even have a pushback where like, hey, it's like does not help for us for you to send us this stuff. It's also probably illegal, so stop. So I think they probably just have stuff like that they send like that where it's like, hey, this graphic stuff really doesn't help us evaluate your case. It's hard to look at. Like, don't send it anymore, please. But yeah, it's true. There are teams whose entire job is to go through the content, the graphic content, but they get paid less than we do and have to work a lot harder. Yeah, most jobs in this field are grinders. They don't pay you. They wear you to the bone because they know that they can find a replacement tomorrow and then just drop them right in the queue and burn them out.
If it only takes a day to train someone to do a job, then someone's super replaceable.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it's extremely high stress, high value work, like Facebook cannot fucking exist without them because then people are like, why aren't you deleting all this fucked up shit I'm reporting? Yeah. You know, they still won't pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that specifically working at Facebook, going through all that shit is one of the most like grueling jobs there is.
Yeah, it is extreme. We're like one step above that where we're full-time employees. The ramp on for our job takes a long time because it requires actual like understanding of legal processes and scrutinizing like legal language. And that does not it probably takes a full year to get fully trained on everything we do. But even so, they don't pay us great. They pay us pretty good, but they definitely don't pay. We get paid like half what the Facebook equivalent of, because we're contracted. And also they treat our job as though it's still kind of one of those easy quick ramp up time, I can just replace you job. So they don't do anything to retain people constantly. Attrition is like and it's caused like for over a year, and it's well, that's why I hate my job. I actually don't mind the work itself. I just I want to fight upper management like to the death. I feel really they're fucking like people, not even just their employees. I feel like they're just stuff like ramp fucking on Earth. Yeah. So it bothers me.
First with their backs up against the wall.
Kidding. But yeah, that's sort of the long and short of my works. But it's work from home.
Yeah. Yeah.
The funny thing is we were the last people out of the building. They really didn't want to let us go home because we handled it and they our computer. Like, if you don't trust us to fucking do the work, you shouldn't have hired us to do sensitive. Trust us.
Yeah. If you cared that much, then maybe you should have, I guess, some sort of vetting process that you deem equitable.
Exactly. It's like, dude, you either trust us enough and think we're capable of a professional way, or you don't, and you shouldn't have hired us. Like, what the fuck? Come on. But eventually, you know, COVID was too real for anyone to make excuses. They finally do it. I'm holding on to that as long. I do. I'm glad we talked about this because if I had left earlier to go hang out with Steven, I totally would have schedule. It would have been I would have gotten in trouble for sure. what I need to figure out how to do is I need to figure out how to make it so that I basically have two monitors, but one I need to figure out how to make it so that both my computers are plugged into both for my.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that's easy.
Yeah,
Is your work computer a laptop?
it has like a dock for it. Like I have it set up appropriately for my work computer, but what
Is the laptop the second monitor you're talking about?
So I have the laptop and then I have my monitor and then I have a second monitor. So it's technically three screens going on with my work one. Right now I have it set up so that if my laptop is off, the my PC will output to the main monitor. So it's kind of like the second priority feed to it. But what I'm trying to figure out how to do is to make that true for other monitor.
I would say that like you would have to do some remote desktop type of thing, which I don't know if you'll be able to do since it's a work computer. Like I would say like remote desktoping. I don't like the laptop onto the second monitor, putting that on half of the screen, and then having the other half of the screen for your main computer.
Or
Chrome has a remote desktop function, but I just don't know if I don't know how work laptops work, especially with something if they care about sensitive data.
Yeah, I don't wanna. I generally err on the side of caution with that kind of stuff too. So I was kind of even maybe hoping there was a literal hardware solution where I could like get a splitter or something, but
What is it you want again?
so it's like kind of hard to describe all the fucking cables that are going on here. So basically, like my laptop is here. It's got a screen. It's got a dock it sits in, and the dock is hooked up to two monitors. But I also have one of those monitors is my personal monitor, and I have my PC also hooked up to that monitor. So they're both outputting to the same monitor. It's two different sources, but outputting to the same monitor. So if one's off, then the other one will show up, and vice versa. But what I want to try and do is make that true for the second monitor as well. But I don't know how to like get that. I don't know. Getting it to work for the one was simple as plug and play, but for the second one, I feel like it wasn't really panning out the same. Output. It'd be easier if I just had them.
Yeah.
So I was thinking like potentially maybe I could just get like kind of US or some sort of HDMI thing that like just joins into a single port.
Oh yeah, they do make HDMI things where you just press a button and it switches which input it's using.
Yeah.
Like a physical button on the adapter.
If those aren't too expensive, then I might just invest in that. Well, Steven's calling me, and I gotta change this schedule. But, I appreciate the feedback and stuff. So,
Tell that fucker to get in Discord or call me sometime.
hell yeah, I will. I'll talk to you soon, man. I definitely have some D&D DM question type stuff, but that can totally wait till later.
That switcher.
Yeah. All right, man. Have a good one.